No problem.
Good morning, Hilary.
Yeah. Everyone.
My colleagues in the room, this is Hilary Sumter from the Keri Keri Retirement Village. Her submission is on page 191 of the hard pack that you have in front of you. Lovely to see you here in the rain this morning. Welcome. You're our very first one.
There must have been prompt on my email.
So you have 10 minutes, Hilary, and the floor is yours. If you don't mind
Kia ora tātou, ko Hilary and as our Deputy Mayor said, I'm the Chief Executive at Keri Keri Retirement Village. And you've obviously all had my brief submission that we've made, and really I just wanted to take a few minutes to draw attention to a couple of major issues that we have impacting us and will impact the region. Firstly, I just really want to address the urban design of Keri Keri Central, which is currently woefully inadequate for the population and the growing elderly, but also on top of that, what's good for the elderly is good for the young and the small families and for the disabled. So we are anxious to see improved urban design, improved roading, and the congestion issue. We need to see the bypass prioritised, we believe, for the health of the town. Interestingly, I was just looking at my submission from 2 years ago and the things that were missing from the LTP, and they're still missing. So, of course, I'm speaking with the view to the ageing population primarily, being where I work, but we've got that silver tsunami is really right on top of us. The leading edge of the baby boomers is 75 this year. So for the next 24 years, we've got a major growth and quadrupling of people over the age of 85. Whether we want to be a town for the elderly or not, we are going to be. And of course, they bring economic benefit, effect of employment, and the multiplier effect of other businesses which benefit from having the elderly in the region. But we need to prepare for them. The other crisis that we've got coming is the ageing poor or the homeless elderly, and really good to see that we're addressing housing for the elderly in the LTP, but I think more attention needs to be drawn to that, with 41% of retirees not being homeowners in New Zealand today. That means there's a lot of people that are not going to be able to access retirement housing and are potentially home alone and vulnerable. And the option 4, obviously we back that there's one of the registered providers for community housing to take on the Housing New Zealand properties in the far north region. But it's still not going to be nearly enough. So we're just really concerned that there is provision made for the non-home owning who have no assets and won't be able to access things like retirement villages and may be holding on to large properties in isolated areas and being very vulnerable, and also perhaps holding up the housing program, not releasing housing for younger families. Could even go so far as to say that perhaps consents for retirement villages include a provision for some rental properties within them. Don't tell my board I said that, but it's something that I think could be talked about. And then finally, all I really wanted to say, actually no I don't, I've got 2 things to say. We've also got a huge problem with care for the elderly. A lot more elderly are dying in retirement villages, care facilities, or rest homes, as the colloquialism is, less than the public hospitals. But a place like ours, we've got 119 people waiting to get into care in our village, and a lot of those are from outside our village, obviously. So we need to put pressure on other operators to be able to step up and fulfil their promises to provide care for these people, and that also eases the pressure on the public health or primary public health system, secondary care. Then finally, all I just want to say is the rates, you've got to be kidding. It can't be on capital values, it's got to stay on capital values. It's just too tricky. Our vulnerable people, particularly when I speak on behalf of elderly in Northland, if I may presume to do so, a lot are on fixed income, and there's an increase in costs. They may have assets, but little in cash, and I think that would be penalising the elderly extraordinarily, let alone helping younger people get into their own homes. So that's really all I've got to say, and I'm happy to take any questions, but I can only stress that the LTP and the district plan are really looking at how we are going to manage this swathe of elderly in our region over the next years to come. And then in the 50-year plan, how we make all that housing that's there for the elderly be accessible for young people and university environment, perhaps. Right. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes for questions only for points of clarification on the submission. I'll go to Councillor Busich and Councillor Stratford and Councillor Keri.
You mentioned in Keri Keri, so the question is about the elderly. Are they using mobility scooters more? In other words, what are the improvements you're looking at here?
Definitely. We had a couple of years ago, we talked to somebody at council about how people couldn't get their mobility scooters over to New World because of a footpath, so they were driving their cars around to New World from the village. But that got fixed, and that means a lot more people are using their scooters. It's trip hazard, people with walkers and increase in mobility scooter use. And a lot of them will be whizzing up and around this village if they can have easy access. The camber on the footpaths is often risky and can cause potential tips of scooters.
Thank you. Councillor Stratford.
Thank you, Hilary. Just above the comment that Councillor Busich was with regard to, you talk about the traffic movements and the ongoing congestion, and we've had quite a number of submissions mention that it would be a good idea to raise a local share through a targeted rate of Keri Keri. So slightly off topic, what's your thoughts around a targeted rate for the solutions to ease congestion around Keri Keri?
I think targeted rates are always preferable in my view, but penalise our village.
Thank you for that, Hilary. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Councillor Clendon.
Okay, Hilary. You suggest that consent for retirement villages should oblige them to create some care facilities as well. What would be an appropriate ratio, do you think, between sort of independent living units and the care facilities?
There's a ratio that keeps villages sustainable, so we're aiming to be 3 to 1 at Keri Keri Retirement Village, but if we could do that on a ratio of 50 independent living units to 10 care beds, that would be, I suggested that in my submission, and that's where we're looking at. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification on the submission? If not, I want to thank you very much for making yourself available and driving over in the rain this morning.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next presenter is Charles Otway. This is page 165, submitter ID 157 in your packs. Good morning.
Good morning to you all.
Making the drive over in the rain this morning.
Oh, that's all right, no problem.
We have 10 minutes to speak to your presentation. We have one councillor on Teams who's not physically present in the room, but she is listening in.
Audio. Okay.
Hello.
Well, as said, once again, good morning to you all. I own the Redwoods complex on State Highway 10. I'm sure you all know where that is. Am I correct? My submission is about changing the zoning from rural 1, I think, which is what it already is, to which you're phasing out, to multi-use, which it already is. It is multi-use. I have 7 tenants, so it's not, it never will be, either rural production or horticultural production. It is multi-use. That's what it is now, and that's my submission is that it's changed to multi-use because it is commercial, and I'm looking at expanding that. A substantial area, about 6,000 square metres, and about 7,500 or 8,000 at the other end, so north and south end. But I have to put a medium strip down the middle of Highway 10, and that's not a problem. I don't mind doing that. NZTA, I've got to get permission from the NZTA, so I'm working through that at the moment. But it makes a lot of sense. It seriously it's logical. Because there's limited space in Keri Keri. Those who live there for a while know that there's limited space, and I've got plenty of room where we are. It's the NZTA apparently going to drop the speed limit down to 60, which makes a lot of sense too. That's logical. So it only stands to reason. Yeah. That drop the zoning down to multi-use commercial. I'm all in favour of promoting business in the area. There's more and more people coming into the area. For those of you who travel through the Keri Keri village, you know that there is now a rush hour. There was a rush hour in the morning and there was a rush hour in the afternoon. So it's getting tighter and tighter for business people. I mean, parking is a premium. I've got ample parking at Redwoods. I've got no shortage of parking space whatsoever. I've got magnificent entries, both at the north and the south end. I mean, they're four car width wide. So, a truck and trailer can get in there and turn around, and that car can still get past them without any problem at all. So that's what I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Otway. We'll now ask the councillors if they have any questions of clarification from your presentation. Councillor Glenn.
Yeah, good morning. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm just thinking you've got quite a mix of tenants in that on that site, yes, which is good. Have there been barriers to you either attracting or retaining tenants given the zoning currently?
No, because I'm not as far as I'm aware. I've owned the premise for 12 months now, and I've tidied it up a heck of a lot. And my tenants have shown initiative and got stuck in, as you've seen, with the garden centre and the vet clinic, and Anthea, the cafe, and up the image quite a bit. And when the new signs go up, it'll be even better still. Yeah. And because of the access north and the south end, I've talked to a number of commercial real estate people, Barfoot and Thompson, Bailey's, and also Harcourt's. Getting tenants for buildings, new buildings, not a problem, because the accessibility is brilliant. They don't have to deal with the traffic of Keri Keri village. They can get in, get out, get on, do what they want to do, and off on their way without getting locked into traffic. And when the median strip is there, it'll be a piece of cake for people to get in from either direction. Safe as you could be.
Thank you, Councillor Busey.
Yeah, just a quick question. You've asked one of them about the speed limit. I want to know what they were. In terms of pedestrian access, you got footpaths, adequate pedestrian access mode?
Well, no, because it's a state highway.
Yep.
One of the planning members of the planning team said to me, "Oh, what about pedestrians or cyclists?" Well, you'd be out of your mind to try to walk along there or ride along there, because there's that number of trucks going along there. And if you've seen the rail that is being put in place, it was put in place last year, heading north. It's on the right hand side, just past my complex, and it's pretty close to there's not a lot of distance between that safety rail and the road, and you wouldn't want to cycle along there or walk along there. You get bold.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or clarifications from Mr. Otway? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Otway, for
That's
coming
right.
along.
I have one other one other that I should have mentioned is with small blocks. I spent quite a bit of time with the planning team. Uneconomic lifestyle blocks, dropping them down to 1 hectare lots. Right? I don't know whether you guys have talked about that much, but once again, it makes a lot of sense. If you want to retain the image of Keri Keri as being a tidy, organised, great place to live, rather than lifestyle blocks that townies buy, and no disrespect to them, but they don't have a clue when it comes to fencing, putting fertiliser on, making sure the weeds don't come up, and you know, a tidy block goes from, you know, with nice fences, good fences, to being fences falling down, gorse and blackberry and everything coming through, and the place looks an absolute shambles. I've just got split off 3 blocks off our place down Daru Lane, if you know where that is, or off Onikura Road, and I dropped them down from 4 and 6 hectares down to 2, because by the time somebody puts their driveway in, builds their house with a garage, they have the hen house, they have the garden, they have the man cave. They can look after the rest. They can still have the donkey or a horse or a sheep, and they can manage it very easily with a ride-on mower. So, you know, it makes sense to have. I'm a logical person. I'm, you know, clearly attached to the ground. To drop the size of lifestyle blocks, especially those blocks of land that are close to town, down to being able to reduce it down to 1 hectare. And then that gets looked after, and people can handle it rather than it becoming a mess, and then you have problems with rodents and all sorts of things. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Otway. I'm not sure if you actually recognise me, but I'm your next door neighbour. Are there any? We've got 1 minute left. Are there any questions for Mr. Otway?
Thank you very much.
No. Thank you very much. Safe travels home.
Well, you know how tidy my place is, don't you? That was gorse and tea tree when I took it over. Rubbish.
I think the last time we met, I was chasing your cows out. But the penny will drop. The penny will drop.
Yes, I know. Let's use your respect. All right. Thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated.
Yes.
Take care and keep up the good work.
Mr. Paraha, please come forward. Mr. Paraha is not in your order paper for today.
I do have his. Sorry, I've got page
110
of tomorrow's.
on tomorrow's agenda. Unfortunately, we've given you the wrong day, but that's cool. You're here now, and it's welcome. We have one councillor zooming in from Taita. She is watching us via Teams, and I just do need to remind all my colleagues that we are live streaming. So we're in your hands. You have 10 minutes when you're ready.
My name is Prime Parahan. I stand as a concerned citizen for my relatives that live in Moirua when they have to weather inclement weather, heavy flooding and septic overflow. This submission demands that the Moirua Township become an item on the long-term plan under the heading of waste management with its associated expenditure and timelines. This submission exposes the unhealthy conditions that Moirua residents they don't have a choice, they must weather in heavy flooding when each septic tank reaches saturation points, it discharges right into the flooded water, and it stays there until the water is gone, up to maybe a week later. So they're living in sewage on their back lawn, down their roads, anywhere they walk, they're living in discharge. The Health Act 1956, Section 23, Clause B, directs the Far North District Council to cause inspection to ascertain if there are any conditions injurious to health. Because I think there obviously is, Clause C comes into effect stating all proper steps are to be taken to secure the removal of the said condition. The Local Government Act, Section 3, holds the Far North District Council to be accountable. Clause D promotes the social environment and cultural well-being of all its communities. As Moeroa is a high population Māori township, Section 4 of the LGA 2002 gives consideration for Māori to contribute to the council decision-making while they're at it. The LGA 2002 is qualified to the Crown. It's not binding, but the Resource Management Act 1991, Section 4, binds the Far North District Council to act concerning Crown environmental policy. Clause 3B comes into effect as it identifies significant adverse effects beyond the township of Moeroa. The government's national policy statement for fresh water came into effect on the 3rd of September 2020. It replaced the 214 one and its amendment in 2017. The overarching concept of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater 2020 is Te Mana o Te Wai, which prioritises the health of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. The concept within this National Policy Statement is Ki o te kitai. And to me, that is everybody has to whakamana receiving environments behind them. They can't just put it in the creek and hope it flows away. They've got to do something about it. Now, if we look at the outlook, and I identify here Te Awa Tapu o Tau Marere and the Waikari Inlet are two receiving ecosystems that are directly affected with the septic water. Te Moana Piko Piko I Whiti is the outlet to Te Tau Marere, Te Awa Tapu o Tau Marere, and it is naturally designed to inhibit the exit of floodwater. It comes through and it backwashes into the far reaches of the Waikari Inlet and waits for a tidal cycle so that it can move its water out. It doesn't just flow into the Waikari Inlet and flow out. It's got to wait for the tide to get in and out of there. And if this septic water is still within the water flowing, it moves right into the far reaches where all our hapu have designated mahinga mātaitai that they use to feed their hapu and their manuhiri. If we talk about Moeroa being a receiving environment from Waihara Keke and the Otilia Stream, I have to stop because that's another kaupapa altogether, okay? I'll finish with, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. As you can see, action is required. Please, I'm asking, insert the Moeroa Township into the Far North District long-term plan under the heading of waste management, along with its complements of expenditure and timelines. Thank you, that's my submission.
Thank you very much for your submission. I'll now ask the elected members if they have any questions or clarification on your submission. Thank you. Councillor Busick.
Thank you, Mr. Prime. I'm looking at a map here of Moerewa, and I thought the flooding was as you come down off the hill, you go over the bridge, and to the right there's that settlement which is low, and there has been flooding going over all the properties, and I was there in the disaster of a few years ago, not the recent one, and the properties were flooded. I understand your concern, I understand the reasons for it. Now, just correct me, is that the area where you are? Are you talking about that area, or is it more widespread than that?
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit deaf.
I'm looking at a map of Moerewa here, and I'm just wondering if the flooding is on the right as you come down. There's a bridge where they're doing some work for flooding, and on the right there's a settlement off to the right, and the railway line is further down. Is that the main area of the flooding, or is it in other places as well?
The Ortega is about 300, the Ortega Stream catchment is about 350 square miles.
Yep, big ones. Yep.
The Waiharakeke is 600 square miles. Now, they get heavy flooding in the last 5 years. I would say deforestation has played a lot to do with it. Water is coming there through there at such a velocity that it's got no other place to go. It just spreads out right over the Moerewa township. Both streets.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford.
Kia ora, Mr. Paraha. Awesome submission. Thank you very much for coming along. Would you say, so in our LTP, we are asking if we should rate wastewater on a district-wide level rather than targeted, because one of the challenges for Moerewa has been that it's a small catchment but a huge cost. Do you see any benefit in district-wide rating to address the issue of septic, get it connected to the coal waste treatment plant, for example, and then it would be a district-wide rate?
I would be, I can't say yes and I can't say no because I don't understand the ramifications of the costing of it.
Okay, yeah.
The one thing I do know though is that the latest ecological report, geological report that I had is from 1963, and it said then that Moerewa was in an unstable position to have individual septic tanks on their property, simply because of the piece of it. Now, we're going to bandy and talk about it for another 20 years. Nothing's going to be done since 1963.
Yeah.
I'm asking that an item be put into the long-term plan so that it is started. If it doesn't go into the long-term plan, it won't start. Yep. And it's not concerned, and I appreciate your question, but I'm not concerned about other communities. I'm concerned about Moerewa.
But for Moerewa, it's part of the barrier is the cost. So
I understand that.
It's a user pays.
That's why I don't want to be in your shoes.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you for coming along and bringing that to everybody's attention.
Thank you very much for travelling over in the rain this morning. We really appreciate the time put into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter this morning is David Rhodes from Ronaki Limited, page 184 in your pack. Good morning. You have 10 minutes. We're in your hands. Just so you're aware, we do have people watching now.
Thank you. Can you tell me when the council has received the submissions and have they had time to read them?
Councillors received their submissions last week. They've had some opportunity to read them. I'm going to be honest, I haven't read all of them yet, but I have read the ones for the hearings today, and I'm working through the rest of them. I can't answer for the rest of my colleagues, but we will read them all before we go into deliberations.
Okay, I'll take that as stated. Okay. Councillor Smith, you're a representative from the role, is that correct?
Councillor Smith is elected from the riding of the Keri Keri area, but once she becomes a councillor, she takes an oath to represent the district, as does every elected representative at this table. So everyone at this table represents Whangaroa.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, in that case, can you tell me which, and I take it that all your councillors support this proposal as far as the rates are concerned?
What council has done is they've put out a discussion document, and we're now taking submissions from the public on the discussion documents that would help inform any final decision making. So councillors have not arrived at a predetermined position.
Okay, can you tell me which specific landowners have been spoken to from Taupo Bay down to Taukau Bay on the issue of rates?
Specifically, I cannot answer that question for you.
Thank you. Were the public meetings that were held so that constituents had an opportunity?
I'm just getting to that. Mr. Rhodes, this is your opportunity to talk to council and make your submission. The line of questioning you're going down is eating into your 10 minutes. This is your opportunity just to lay it all out there, warts and all. We've got broad shoulders. If you want to tell us you think our process is flawed, we're in your hands.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I'm not actually trying to attack you. All I'm trying to do is establish a point that there hasn't actually been enough consultation on this subject, and that the general public out there do not know what is actually happening. And therefore, they cannot make an informed decision. Therefore, I don't believe that you can make an informed decision because you haven't actually got the opinion of what the public are saying out there. You know, if I look at it here, and a lot of it is the rate in the dollar situation, you're proposing a 44.11% rate increase in the rural rating factor. That is unacceptable for anyone, particularly in these times, to be able to actually afford that. If I go on our own particular situation, within Mahinipua, which is where I'm from, and I'm representing all the people that are in, or a number of the people that are in Mahinipua. They are coming, some are coming to speak to you, but most of them have said, will I please speak to them? The reason I'm doing that is because I was basically, or my family were the landowners that actually sold the land to them, and I take the responsibility of making them aware of what's happening. And particularly for coastal owners, as you appreciate, their land is highly valued, therefore the rates increases that you talk about generally have a huge impact on them. In the last 7 years, the rates out there have gone up by 54%. That is quite a substantial lift. No income has lifted by 54% in that period of time. I look at my farming side of it. I lease out my farm. The agricultural side of it, it's done on a proper agricultural land lease on their stock units that it can carry. I can get $7,500 a year for 120 hectares. My rates currently this year are $42,000. My forestry returns approximately over a 25-year period $53,000 gross to me. That is before rates are incorporated, that's before insurances, that is before taxes. Basically, my farm is running at a negative equity. I do it because I love the coast. I don't want to break it up any further than I have to, but I'm being forced into that. You've reduced my capability to be able to subdivide on the coast. Minimum subdivision on the coast is 20 hectares. My forestry land is now only used as forestry because of the carbon credit situation. If I wanted to change the use on it, I would have to find $3.4 million in carbon taxes to be able to do that. And the only thing that is keeping us going is our outside investments where we invest in the share market, trying to keep ourselves ahead of the ball game. These rates that you are proposing are unsustainable, and you will have an awful lot of other landowners saying the same thing. Farmers cannot keep absorbing these rate increases, and you are making the assumption that these people are wealthy people. A lot of the land that is owned by these people, in our particular case, we bought it in 1966. That land was not worth a lot of money back then because no one wanted it. It was marginal land and nobody wanted to know anything about it. Today, because of the coastal renaissance, it is very valuable land. I appreciate that. I accept that we're very privileged to be there. What I'd like to do is try and keep it for the rest of New Zealand so that we can all enjoy it without having to break it up and cut it up. But you can, and I don't want to see it go into foreign ownership because that is the only people that are going to be able to afford this land. Because if it's forced, I will do my absolute best to look after my family and my unit, and I will maximise the value of that property. But I'm more than prepared to make sure that we keep the land as it is for the future generations. The other thing that I'll put on this is that I can't see where I'm going to find. I'm looking at another $15,000 for next year's rates. And going on the way that you're actually operating this, over the next 10 years, I've got to find something like 260% increase in my rates because of the system that you're trying to put in place here. Now, I believe the whole system's wrong anyway, but that's an argument for another day. All I'm trying to get across to you is you are purporting this to be fairer, simpler rates. I do not believe it is, because there is a huge number of people that are being impacted by this rate increase. The only way that I can see of doing it, we support groups throughout the far north here. We have for some 35 odd years sent kids off to Outward Bound, giving them the opportunity to better themselves and have a much better return. I was at a meeting the other night with these kids. You've got to see them to believe what they're doing. It's fantastic. But I won't be able to continue to support that if these go ahead, because I've got nowhere else that I can go to get the funds. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Rose. It was extremely helpful. We have 1.5 minutes left of time for questions. Councillor Clender.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for that. You indicate or suggest that the whole rating system, property rates, is an archaic system, not fit for purpose. Do you have a sense of what would be a better way for us? We need money for roads and sewage systems and water. What do you think might be better as a model?
Absolutely. It's basically rates of tax, okay? And I'm not 100% sure of the best way of doing it, but for me personally, I would favour a GST component of local government tax. By doing that, if you actually look at it, everyone contributes. We have this huge influx every year of tourists and visitors to Northland. They would all be actually contributing by paying GST, funding the GST system. It's also indexed against the CPI. You guys would know exactly what you're getting, so you can budget a lot easier on year to year for your projects. There are probably a whole heap of options, and it needs to be looked at, and I realise you guys can't do anything about it because it's a central government thing. I'm working on that as a further project. Thank you.
Thank you. We're out of time now for any further questions, but if any elected members wish to contact Mr. Rose privately ahead of deliberations, please feel free to do so. Genuinely appreciate that you've come along this morning and given us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give you a call. I want to know.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. You can take that conversation offline.
I can get hold of you. I'll give you a call.
Dominique Hilton.
would you mind if I remain here, as she's a friend of mine?
Absolutely, yes, that's
Just
fine.
important.
Yep.
Colleagues, this is page 134 in your pack.
Hi. Excuse me reading from my phone. This is actually really nerve-wracking for me. So I'm here today just to focus solely on the rates and how it's affecting my family. So today and over the next few days, I have no doubt that you'll be hearing from a lot of people who will quote you lots of facts and figures about all your proposals. I could do this also, however, I think it's hugely important to consider how this change will affect us individually as people in our day-to-day lives and not just numbers on a page. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my grandparents, aged 86 and 87, who by no means have any form of internet device to communicate their thoughts on these topics. Had I and neighbours not informed them from our email that they would not have known about these rates rises, and it would be one hell of a shock to get a bill with such an enormous increase all of a sudden. Imagine how many others could be like this. So many people I have spoken to in my area of Kaio have absolutely no idea that any of this is potentially pending. I don't believe that it's been a fair consultation. I appreciate this space to present this to you, but I do feel that the buttons to click on emails were almost hidden and as such, and I almost missed that as well as my neighbours who do also work on computers in the day, like they are computer literate. I do consider that a letter and the rates bill about this specific issue could be a potentially good idea. It makes sense in my mind, the way that I process things, because there are a lot of people that don't know about it that I've spoken to. A lot of us are worried that it will financially cripple us with moving forward over the next few years. As we do not live in a city, and Keri Keri is that, for example, one of the very first comments is, what do we actually get for these massive rates that we pay where we live? I was told the new building in Kawakawa, the new marina in Opua. I don't know if the new sculpture is from this funding. I have no idea. But we don't see that much benefit from our daily lives. We have the road, which is Latari Bay and Wainui Road, which does get side sprayed. We've got signs on every corner, mainly for the tourists. The potholes don't get fixed properly. The one-lane bridges are dangerous. They're very bumpy, some of them. And if your house is off the main road, you're still living in gravel road areas. And it astounds me that in 2021 we still have gravel roads in New Zealand. The corrugations can get so bad, my grandma in particular is nervous to drive down her road. And it's not a long road by any stretch of the imagination. But the corrugations on those corners tend to make you want to drive over to where it's not corrugated, which you're coming into oncoming traffic on an S-bend, which is just not safe. So it's worrying for the elderly to get out of their street. In Mahini-Pua alone, I believe the collective rates amount is over $300,000 for those residents. If you break it down, surely we can fix once and for all properly instead of sending a grader out for this very short road. We all have our own water supply, our own septic systems. Some of us are on single-phase electricity. We take our own rubbish to the dump and we sort our recycling by ourselves. Yet our rates are going to increase. But what benefit do we see for exactly where we live? I understand that a lot of the money has to be spread around the entire area, and I understand that. But I do also believe that we need to fix our own backyard and fix our communities. My grandparents have lived in their property for 40-odd years. They were hard workers. Granddad was a farmer, and Grandma has done the rural post for as long as I can remember. The thing is, their pension isn't increasing, so where are they going to find this extra few $1,000s with that is the proposed rates increase? So I am getting upset because I know how worried my grandma is, and she's telling people that she fears she's going to be rated out of her home. And then, where do they go? There's a waiting list, I'm sure, for retirement villages in Keri Keri. They've been farmers out on the coast for their entire lives, and moving to the city is going to be such a huge shock for them, if that's what has to happen. So please be aware that this affects people's mental health as well. for worrying. Where do they find this extra income when these costs are increasing? On a personal level, I also live out there in Tenari Bay. I was lucky enough to purchase my property when it was the same cost as a house in Glenfield in Auckland. It happens to be on the coast, but it doesn't mean that I'm loaded. And I worry that there's a perception, if you are lucky to have the property where we do, that you are very, very wealthy, and it's not the case. I'm very lucky to own my own house, and I try very hard to keep up with my bills, but it's not easy. When you get struck with ill health, then to keep on top of everything, as it is already, is hard, let alone with these big increases, because they are big increases. I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to talk about this. Sorry, I'm not a very good public speaker because it is very nerve-wracking, but I hope you hear my points on this specific area.
You did extremely well, and that was very brave, and we thank you very much for coming along this morning to tell us your personal story. Are there any questions from my colleague, Councillor Busich?
I have one question. I'll ask you the question I was going to ask before, and I've got two for you now. What is your zoning there where you say you've got these rates? What is your zoning? Is it a farm? Is it rural? Is it rural production? Do you know?
I just have a residential property.
Is it residential? So you.
I mean, I just have it. Well.
No, that where these increases are, you speaking to your grandparents or not? So properties increasing at 15, 20, and 28%.
Because the living probably, Mr. Rose, would you like to help?
Yeah, because I know what's happening there. They're actually zoned as rural coastal. There are several zones in the particular area. There's lifestyle, vacant, lifestyle,
Give me a handle. And the other question I've got is, where do you get these increases from? Because there's been a lot of complaints about extraordinary increases like the 33%, 40%.
Yeah, so that's
on the website, is it?
Yeah, so that's on the website that was provided on the link that you can go and view that information. In turn, it did take an hour to get through that recapture, and then it wasn't easy to find that information. And then there are a lot of properties that don't actually show up when you use the search by street address function. So I put my own address in, there's 8 properties up there. One of them doesn't show up. You put Mahinipua in, there's a few properties that don't show up. I actually ended up ringing the council because I was trying to find very quickly this information on behalf of my grandparents. And so I did call, and I got put through to someone who was picking up her child, and then she put me through to somebody else, and was very, very helpful. But they did say that trying to get through the recapture process was very difficult. So that did take some time, but yes, that's where we're getting this information from, is from your link and your...
And my colleague here is going to waylay you after your presentation, and we're going to get your rating ID number so we can have a forensic deep dive so we can understand what's going on in your specific situation to see if that will help us inform our debate. So she'll waylay you in a minute. Are there any other questions? Councillor Stratford.
Thank you. Dominique, it was, wasn't it? What's the name of that road you mentioned with the corrugation?
Mahinipua Road. I believe it was graded yesterday. Oh. But the point is that we're spending money on sending graders out all the time and re-gravelling and those sorts of things, when there's a lot of people down there now that, you know, for me, I do believe it should be done.
Thank you.
There's no further questions. Just wish to thank you very much for coming along this morning and telling us your story. We sincerely appreciate that. All submissions will be read. All submissions will be considered by the elected members that go into deliberation next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels. Okay. So the next person we have is Colleen Noe. Do I have a reference? Colleen, just take a seat. I won't start the clock until we hand out your permission.
Oh, I see. Extra.
say before I start, it shouldn't have been an extra. I got a confirming email to say that my appointment was at 10 to 10. I arrived at 25 to 10 and was told I wasn't on any list.
We'll look into that, Joanne, and we apologise for any inconvenience that has caused. When you're ready, we're in your hands.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity for being here. I apologise for my husband. He had back surgery on Thursday, so I was unable to be here tonight. But the issue, listening to the others as well, is that the statement you make as part of your LTP is fairer and simpler, which we have not found to be the case. We have 3 different titles of land all adjoining each other, and each one had the percentages risen by 15, 17 and 28%. So I've come to ask a question, or it was asked in my submission, how could that be?
It's not up for us to answer those questions today, Ms. Gowen. This is your opportunity to spend 10 minutes talking to elected members. Elected members will take note of any submission, and we will be asking staff to assist us with informing that as we get into deliberation.
Well, we object to those rate hikes because we increase the value of our land. Each day that we work, we increase the value of our land. It is of no cost to council, but in the end, we're rated on the valuation of our land. So each day that we work, we're being penalised by the rating system that you have at the moment. And for 3 different titles to be rated seems to be really extreme for us, that we don't see a common ground system for increasing our rates when it goes from 15 to 28%. So that would be one point that I'd please have somebody address after I've finished presenting. And so if we have, you've got people that live in the Far North District area that, in your words on your website, their rates have become a burden, that haven't increased the value of their land, so their rates have been taken away off them. So that's the other issue that I have. Your rating system seems to be fairly unfair when you've got that your rating system is going to be fairer and simpler. And I can't see by the way that on your website, you've got that calculation that you can go to and find out what your rates are going to increase by. And so that's what we are having issues with here, is the system that you present to everybody in the council that's going to be fairer, and I can't see how that possibly can be when we've got 3 different rating properties and that doesn't happen. And so when you present a proposal, I would have thought from council that they would have presented it in the way that they've stated. And so that's what we have issues with. We pay lots of money in rates. And the other issue that we have is that we live in the bottom end of the council area. We don't receive too many services. I went online and we have a breakdown of percentages per every dollar spent. I'd like maybe somebody from council to go to that projected and tell us what we actually get for the rates in our area, because 3/4 of that wouldn't apply to what we receive from council in the area that we reside, the properties reside. So will anybody be assigned to address these issues?
All submissions will be responded to. You've submitted before, I believe I recognise your name if you've submitted before to council.
I've been at a few council meetings before for different areas from the communities. Yes, I have.
So you would have received correspondence back from council acknowledging your submissions in the past?
Yes, I did, like in relation to the time frame that I came, and then I got here and there was nothing on paper.
Staff will be responding to all submissions. I think we have about 700, is that correct? Yeah. So everybody will receive correspondence from staff.
So in my summary, it would be that you would reconsider your fairer and simpler rating system, because the burden is really, and burden is a word you used in your dialogue on your website. And so I'd really like you to consider that it's becoming our burden now because of the way that you're rating the properties. We have a farming property that needs large areas of land, and that seems to be, and to run a successful business, we need that area of land, but it's a huge area to be rated on unfairly.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues for questions and clarifications. I have one first. You talked about 3 different rates. You've talked in here about 15, 20 and 28%. I would like to understand, is that one farming unit and 3 titles and each one has been rated?
Yes.
Or are they 3 distinct properties?
There've been 3 distinct properties which have been purchased to make one farming operation.
Thank you. That answers my question. I'm opening up the floor. Councillor Stratford.
Colleen, so are you saying that the rating system, the way we have it now, is fair now? So we're rating on land values now. Is it fair now?
No, I would like to suggest that maybe you've got young, innovative people. Why doesn't somebody come up with a system that actually might change? That's been a system that's been here since I don't know when. Because for people with large blocks of land, we get penalised hugely for rating. We understand as a community that we need to pay rates, don't get us wrong. We're happy to pay rates. It's just the system that you seem to be having going forward for the next 10 years that's going to be unfair. No, I wouldn't think that now it's fair either, to be honest.
And just further to that, you see it with the gradual switch to capital value as being even, you've been more penalised.
Yes, yeah, we would be.
Yeah.
When we receive no services, that's the thing. If we were receiving services, it would be different. But because we're on the bottom end of council, we don't get too many valued services.
Member Ward.
Yes, Colleen, hi.
Hi.
With your 3 lots, are they contiguous titles? Do you get to contiguous relief as you stand now on those 3 titles as in one farm?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desich.
Just a quick question. So is your farm a dairy farm?
Yeah, it is.
And you got one dairy shed, presumably one of the
Yes.
blocks. Yeah, if that calculator is the capital rate calculator, then you would take into account the value of the dairy shed and any other capital that you've got, and then average it out.
We understand that. So that increases in value, doesn't it?
Not necessarily, because if the capital of everybody goes up, I'm going to have to explain it by twice, so everybody's got to then it would work out probably with the decrease. This is the thing we're going to look at. So
Yeah. Well, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Really, it's not easy to come to council meetings. That's why I'm representing a few people down there. Nobody knew about this until they went to a beekeeping activity on a Saturday, and it was huge discussion going on about what council's proposing to do, and no one knew about that, so they all shared the website that we could go to put our rates in, and that's really the only reason I'm here.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? We just have 1.5 minutes left. Councillor Sanders.
Yeah, just your last comment. That's interesting that nobody in your area knew about this process till a few days ago. What would be a better way? How can we communicate? We've been trying very hard to enable people to be informed. And I accept that obviously it was new. What are the channels? How can we communicate?
Well, groups like that help. It's just farming now is pretty intense to make things work, and paperwork and things don't. If you see the stack of mail that comes, it's how do you prioritise which ones you're going to do when you've got a farm to manage yourself. It's kind of difficult. So I would suggest groups like that, play groups, I don't know, schools, things like that in the country area. We're a country area, we're not. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I was just going to ask, what was the closest meeting that you held to that area?
Towai. Yeah, Towai Hall.
We had a big meeting then.
Nice. How many people did you get?
We went to the Makers Market.
Oh, it was the Makers Market. That's right. That's right.
That's on a Sabbath day, which we are a big Christian community that wouldn't attend a meeting on a Sabbath day. So that would be nice if you would take that into consideration next time. That's why we wouldn't have been there as well. But thank you for
I apologise again for the mix-up in the scheduling, but we genuinely and sincerely appreciate the time you've come, the long distance you've come to present to us this morning. Thank you very much.
Colleen, in regards to
Asha Anderson and Kim and page 1 in your packs.
We will be sharing 5 minutes each. Would it be possible for you to help us with the timing?
Yes.
Just so you're aware that you are being live streamed, we do have a little bubbles up there on the screen. People, other council elected members and staff who are observing us remotely today. 2 councillors have just popped out. They will be back shortly. Okay, so we're in your hands when you're ready.
Good morning, Barton North District Council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Kim Fairhurst, and I am an administrator for the Facebook group Non-Toxic Neighborhoods Northland, which I started in November of last year. We currently have 150 members signed up to our page. I'm also the mother of 2 children. I'm here today to address my concerns regarding the use of glyphosate and other herbicides, fungicides, and pesticides in our public parks, rooms, and many other public areas. I will be focusing on the pesticide glyphosate. Over the last 13 years, I cannot tell you how many times I have had to hastily gather up my children to leave as they played at a public children's park. We had to leave in a hurry, not because of tiredness or being hungry, or temper tantrums, but for the threat my children and I faced because a contractor with the council began spraying Roundup while my children happily played. This is extremely concerning to me for many reasons. One consistent problem I have witnessed with glyphosate being sprayed is I have very rarely seen contract workers handling toxic herbicides, wearing protective clothing or headgear while spraying. The 2 workers I have asked as to why they do not wear any have stated that they are trained in safe spraying procedures of the products that they are dispersing. Neither of them were aware that there was any risk to them or others, especially children. And secondly, children in New Zealand are notorious for going barefoot year-round, which is great, but without any protective footwear, Roundup is absorbed extremely quickly through the soles of feet. Pets and other animals are also at risk of exposure in this way. In the U.S., there are currently countless lawsuits against the makers of Roundup, and many that have already been won. The amount of money the corporation Monsanto Bayer has had to pay out is in the millions for each case won. $10 billion was awarded last year for one lawsuit. Much like cigarette smoking in the past, the negative health effects of Roundup and other products has been continuously denied by the manufacturers, despite mounting evidence that points otherwise. The evidence of harm that glyphosate alone can cause is staggering, and what is most stunning to me is the denial of its ability to harm by almost everyone on the planet except those hurt by it. Being smoke-free in New Zealand by 2025 is a very honorable goal, but being pesticide, herbicide, and fungicide-free should also be a goal as well. A lot of the problem stems from lack of understanding about how different pesticides work. Excuse me. Why is it that we don't know anything about a product but are expected to believe it is safe, although it is a product designed to kill living things? The list of health ailments associated with Roundup is so vast it will be impossible to list here due to time, so I would like to focus on some of the most common health issues. There are countless peer-reviewed scientific studies available on the internet to read. A huge amount of science papers are dedicated to the use of glyphosate and its link to cancer. The most common lawsuits against Monsanto Bayer for Roundup is its link for causing non-Hodgkin's lymphomas, which is cancer of the lymph system. The lymph system is a assessed easily by anything that is absorbed through the skin, like Roundup. Roundup is also an endocrine disruptor, which means it stops the human body from utilizing hormones it needs for endless amounts of important bodily functions, like normal growth or reproductive functions. Melanoma is also associated strongly with Roundup, which makes sense as Roundup is absorbed through the skin in very little time, as mentioned previously. The biggest concern for me as a woman is its strong link to causing breast cancer. I recently was made aware that New Zealand has one of the highest incidences of breast cancer in the world. This worries me as I am already at risk for developing breast cancer, as my mother was diagnosed and treated for breast cancer 20 years ago.
1 minute left.
In January of 2020, I had 2 lumps removed from my left breast. They were benign, but exposure to products like glyphosate may increase my risk greatly. As a side note, my mother was an avid gardener. I have 2 daughters and a son, and I more than anything wish for them to maintain good health in their lives. I have put countless hours of time and effort keeping them away from as many toxic substances as possible, which isn't easy in today's world. I am sure most parents in this room can relate to that desire and need to protect their children. We need to action on this now. We want to see measures taken in the long term that reflect the need to make an urgent shift away from the use of toxic chemicals in our public places. Thank you for your time.
Well done. 12 seconds to go.
Oh, yeah.
Over to your colleague.
Okay, kia ora koutou. My name's Asher Anderson, and I'm the spokesperson today for a number of groups, including Flora and Fauna of Aotearoa and Transition Towns Bay of Islands Whangaroa. And I'm here with my friends and colleagues, Kim Fairhurst and Felicity Taylor. And we're representing a large group of people in Northland. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As you know, we sent through a series of recommendations that we'd like to see included in the long-term plan, but we'd like to speak on this particular issue today, given the time limitations. As a country, are we serious about addressing our environmental and burgeoning health crisis? And are we really looking for sustainable pathways forward? If we are, and I think we are, there's no way we can allow business as usual to continue, especially when it comes to the release of toxic chemicals into our environment. We are part of a National People's Inquiry into the impacts and effects of toxic chemicals on people, our wildlife and our environment, and we are hearing more and more stories of exposure from people. This includes mental, physical and emotional harm, and of course chronic illness, disease and sadly death. As Kim has pointed out, some of the chemicals our councils use, in particular glyphosate, have been linked to a variety of cancers, including breast cancer, as well as neurological disorders, genetic mutations, allergies, learning and behavioural disorders in children, as well as infertility and miscarriages. The list goes on and on, but for some reason it isn't being taken seriously. There's increasing frustration in a number of communities in Northland regarding the roadside spraying practices of this council. The last 6 months has seen major complaints in Russell and in the Hokianga due to damage to trees and exposure to spray drift. Each time a contractor sprays the verge, people are exposed to those chemicals. Children who walk home from school along the roadside, people who walk their dogs, and mums who push babies in strollers. A profile from the Great Plains Laboratory in the USA for glyphosate states it's linked with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, pancreatic cancer, ADHD, damage to the microbiome of the gut. It goes on and on. But it's not just people that are being impacted. It's our wildlife, it's our waterways, it's our food chain, and it's our very precious soils. I say our waterways because each time the verge is sprayed, that gets washed down into our waterways. Glyphosate has been found in rainwater in Canada and Argentina and groundwater here in New Zealand. There's no question that it's contaminating our food chain. We know that because in July last year, 20% of New Zealand Manuka honey tested positive for glyphosate. And now Japan is rejecting our contaminated honey at its border because they have found high levels of the poison when testing for it. This is shocking and unacceptable, and something must be done. Globally, it's been found in cereal, milk, tap water, soy sauce, honey, children's urine, breast milk, and baby formula. What we need to understand is that every time the ground is sprayed to kill weeds, the soil microbial life dies back. What comes up to repair that damaged soil? The pioneer plants, the soil repairers, the weeds. We are creating a cycle of boom and bust, whereby we're encouraging the very thing that we're trying to get rid of, and causing more damage in the process. It's a self-perpetuating cycle that costs us not just more and more money, but also our health and our environment. In the past few months, we've received reports about multiple tui being found dying of mystery causes, but with what looks like clear neurological symptoms. In birds, exposure to certain pesticides can impair abilities, making it difficult to attract mates and reproduce. It can cause deformations, affect flight and navigation, and affect a bird's ability to care for its offspring. Just a few weeks ago, a very well-known local man reported finding 14 dead cowrie snails near Kaitaia in a sprayed ditch at a local cemetery. These are our native taonga. He went back to the site last week and has found more and documented them with photos which he sent through to us. This all sounds very tragic, and it is. It's a tragedy. It's really sad. Is this really the best we can do for our communities? Roadside management of weeds doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to put our community's health at risk, or our waterways, or our food. And with your help, we want to turn that around and change the story. There are many other options that work well in different applications. Hot water, steam have both been successfully used elsewhere. There's mowing, which can be done biannually, and succession planting in certain areas. Community groups like ours are willing to help plant up verges where it's suitable and to manage many of the areas. Councillor Jack Craw from the Northern Regional Council, who has expertise in this area, is willing to help work with communities on these issues. So what can you do about it? There are two things we're asking for. Include an immediate shift to non-toxic weed management for verges and recreational areas into the long-term plan, and engage with communities and community groups who want to work with council on this.
Time's up.
Together we can make a difference.
That 10 minutes goes really, really fast when you're reading, doesn't it?
Anyway, you get the point.
Yes. We do have your written submission, and if there's points that you haven't managed to completely cover off, please go to the ladies. They'll make sure that we get it, and we give you an assurance it will be read and taken into consideration. We don't have any time left for questions. I want to thank you very much for making yourselves available this morning and driving over in the rain.
Right. We'll expect to see something in the long-term plan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter this morning is not on your order paper. It's the additional piece of paper that you were handed, colleague Helen Sykes. Helen, if you'd like to come up.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, we have 10 minutes, so we're in your hands when you're ready. Just so you're aware, we are live streaming and we do have people watching via Teams.
Yeah, I was told just to come in and I'd be given time to speak. I didn't realise that I hadn't got anything back about it. So anyway, here I am. I just thought this document and the questionnaires that came with it smack of socialism. And I wonder who wrote it and at what cost to the ratepayers, because a lot of the questions were nonsensical, gobbledygook, and very much open to interpretation. And it was very hard to answer the questions on the questionnaires. And I just thought it is not for the Far North District Council to put in place ideological policies. It's for the council to spend our rate money wisely and any tax money that comes as well, and spend it wisely on the infrastructure and enable housing, roading, bridges, etc. to be built. That's the whole policy of the council, not this ideological policy that seems to come through in a lot of this. I believe we've been forced into the so-called climate change policy nonsense. And this just enables more bureaucracy and more of our money to be spent on goodness knows what. And why didn't the council inform ratepayers that they were going to and have a democratic election about the policy and the cost to us instead of just following it blindly? And I think the council should have had contingency plans in place many years ago for storms, flooding, landslips, etc. And I'm surprised that mapping wasn't done many years ago as well. The Resource Management Act, put hurriedly in place by Labor government in 1991, must be scrapped, and it must be replaced urgently with a practical, well thought out act. Housing. Now, this is an emergency. I believe New Zealand is in dire straits regarding housing. Housing needs land, but definitely not prime horticultural land, the elite soils. We should keep those because they supply food jobs and bring millions into the communities, and the soil should be retained for this use only. So-called, a stupid name I think, lifestyle blocks are a waste of land. What is needed is medium-sized housing, and it's urgently needed for our 20 to 40-year-olds so that they can raise the next generation and actually live a life. They are the ones that need a decent lifestyle. Generally, people do not need to live in huge houses, especially the elderly, or in the uninhabitable dog boxes that are being put up everywhere that the younger ones seem to be living in. I think the council really needs to look at releasing land for medium-sized houses. Regarding tangata whenua, land people of this country, New Zealand, I have twin daughters who have a Māori father who died. We have a lovely, friendly marae. My triplet daughters don't have a Māori father. Why on earth should they be classed and treated so differently when we're all the one family? I strongly believe that all New Zealanders are of equal importance and should have equal rights and be equally respected. Otherwise, what's the point of citizenship? We're all citizens of this very badly governed country. We are almost now turning into an apartheid land. Our representatives in the council should be elected on their merits, no matter what race they are. Everyone must know that they will be treated fairly. After all, there are plenty of mixed race families around, including my own. And I also think that the councillors and mayor are basically not responsible for our well-being. That's another term that seems to be put around. This is not what you're paid for. Our well-being can come from many areas: family, churches, marae, and they're where we get our well-being from. And we don't need the council to control our well-being, otherwise this just turns us into a communist type country. I'm a consistent ratepayer, not well off, and I don't want to be just invisible. I actually get nothing much for my rates, and I even pick up the rubbish on the roads myself and pay for it to get to the council tip myself. I would say that we really need to scrap the RMA, scrap the climate policy, and just concentrate on spending money wisely on the infrastructure and enable housing, roading to be built quickly and correctly, because the next generation is what really matters, and common sense is needed there. And we need to have democratic elections, not race-based ones. And really, you are here just to represent us and to place our money, spend our money wisely. And I don't believe the North is a poverty-stricken area. That is a myth that just seems to be put about. We've got some very good things going in the North, and I don't think we should stay in that poverty-stricken scene that is put about. My basic thought is a whole generation in the 20 to 40-year-olds is in dire need of housing. And that is what matters most to me. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Fyfe. I'm just going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions of clarification. No?
Question. Yeah, you told us a bunch of things we shouldn't be involved in, but I'll just remind you that that's government legislation. But one thing that we don't do, but the government is thinking about, and that is getting councils involved in housing to help solve the crisis. Would you therefore be in support of that?
I think the council can make it much easier to release smaller blocks of land for housing, and not on elite soils, but there's plenty of land around where, you know, the younger generation, they are just struggling with depression. They can't leave home. They have children and they bring their children back to live in our houses, when back in the day we could just go and shift into our own homes when we were in that age group. So the council should be, and they actually have to, release more land. Even little satellite towns, villages, whatever you like to call them. Papakainga, anything. You know, it's really, we are really in dire straits here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clive. No further questions. Thank you very much for coming along and talking to us this morning.
Thank you.
Next we have Creative Northland. Page 195 in your pack. Good morning, ladies.
Morning.
Hi.
Do I have to sit?
You don't have to sit if you don't wish to sit. Your 10 minutes. When you're ready, we'll push the timer and just remind you that you are being live streamed and we have a number of colleagues and staff watching us remotely.
Oh, thank you. Yes, please. Tēnā te mihi ki a koutou, ko hene rewa tautakanga, ko tūmanako o toi tautoko, Creative Northland. I'd like to introduce our creative advisor, Melanie Chandler-Winters, who's here with me to support, because we always need a bit of support, don't we, when we're about to present something. Tēnā koe in court, tēnā koe Sean, and to the kanihere in general, tēnā koutou katoa. Before I begin, I'd just like to send our best wishes to Councillor Smith, who we hear is unwell. So I'd just like to put, oh, you're here! I thought you were unwell. Was that lies?
No, she's still unwell.
Yeah. Well, nice to see you. Yes, I should put my glasses on more often. Anyway, best wishes from our best wishes from our board. Anyway, they wish you very well. Today, Creative Northland is here, councillors, to discuss Far North community cultural wellbeing. Our submission pretty much says this. I'm not going to. I'll talk to it. At the moment, as you may be aware, arts and culture and heritage has probably got the largest amount of funding we'll ever see because of COVID wellbeing. Yeah, 374 million to be spent over 3 years, which means that as a council, you are responsible for the Creative Community Scheme, and the Creative Community Scheme is something that you roll out about 3 times a year. As a result of that, through Creative New Zealand, and for the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, Creative New Zealand, we've got a local government fund for the first time. Yay, congratulations. And that fund enables you to do 2 things. One, to apply for funding up to $50,000 for a project that may be around the creative and cultural arts. And the second one is to develop an arts and cultural strategy up to $35,000. 6 months ago, we presented to Councillor Smith and the Community Development Committee the proposal to develop an arts and culture strategy. And the reason for that is because with the changes to the Local Government Act around the full wellbeing, specifically around cultural wellbeing, though there's nothing specific to the Act, is that you are responsible for arts, culture and heritage. And my main note right now is that by 2023, you will have completed not just 3 centres that have been already opened, Te Ahurea, Mangia, Kupe Centre, Te Hono, but you also will have the Waka Centre in Taipa, and one more which is Ngāti Kuris, one which is right up, up to the Cape Banga there, which is another centre. As well as Tuna Centre and Te Ahu puts you very well placed in that cultural wellbeing. And when it comes to jobs, skills and training and talent,
is that the next pull will come definitely from your communities. What you don't have is cultural policy, and what you don't have is an arts and culture strategy. And Creative Northland has been working closely with our, well, when I say closely, we work mostly with Far North and with Kaipara District Council around Creative Community Scheme and advising to that. With Whāngai District Council, it's a little bit different because we're actually funded as their body, not council controlled, but we are a council organisation externally to deliver on the arts and culture and heritage for that region, considering that 58% of all creativity happens in that community, 33% here, and the balance over in Kaipara. To give an example, some of you may have seen this. This is the first arts and culture strategy ever to be delivered for the region, which is the Whāngai District Council strategy, and it's 10 years strategy. Apologies. Over the past 2 years, and as a result of that strategy, we started on the Regional Arts and Cultural Action Plan. Unfortunately, we were not able to finish that last year due to COVID, so we will be picking up on this again. It's an action plan rather than a strategy because there's so many things happening across the region, and to be able to understand where Creative Northland fits into that. So if we can actually target regions, districts as yourself, to be able to look at this local government fund and develop your arts and cultural strategy, then it enables us to determine how best we can increase the cultural capability for your communities. And you've got some amazing people up here doing some amazing things like around product and architecture, Te Hiku, media, around Māori language and computer development. We've got Rhonda Kite, who's returned to the community, not just as the chairperson for Te Aupōuri, but also she has established Film Te Hiku, which is looking at digital film projects. And when you've got Taipa Area School wanting to do Taonga Koro with their young people, and we have the Northland Youth Summit Arts Festival, which we all branded, and we bring it here to your communities. It does mean we've got a plethora of activity occurring, and though we have a list of 283 projects, of which 40% are from the Far North District, it does mean that it is challenging for us to determine the best way possible of how to work with Far North District Council because it's so broad. Also to Far North District, you have an event strategy that has been an amazing event strategy. Is always a good step forward around cultural development. However, it's events, and events support auxiliary services. And as we say, events must have pre and post activity to go with it. It can't just be an event any longer. It's what else? It's how you build your human resourcing. It's how you build your talent. It's how you build your skills and your jobs. And it must be around longevity. It can't just be about short-term fix. What's the short, medium, long term? So where are we pushing councils? From Creative New Zealand, there has been a number of advocacy with us regional arts development agencies to the country. There's 7 of us. We've just recently merged to become a Aotearoa Regional Arts Network based on advocacy and lobbying. And so therefore Creative New Zealand developed a number of documents. Some of them you might have seen. One of them is how do councils invest into the arts and culture for your district? And one of those things, one of the policies they say is to say to councils, look, if you put arts and cultural wellbeing into your long-term plans, then and develop an arts and culture strategy, then you can determine how you can invest year or increase your investment, up to investment year by year over a 10-year period. Also, too, is that an action plan can be developed to determine that these strategies are not just done by one grouping. It means it becomes a tri-partnership. It's a tri-partnership between Creative Northland, Far North District Council and your community. It enables community organisations to determine how they buy into things, which is pretty good. So a couple of points. Local Government Arts Fund that is designed to assist councils to support the resilience and recovery of local arts organisations affected by COVID-19. Your Upsurf Festival, which is an amazing festival, has been one of those festivals affected. As you know, may or may not know, is that the the deliverers of that who are based down in Wellington have not been able to get the funding they require to get the Upset Festival back again. But you have a very, very proactive board, and that will occur, I hope, for 2023. So, what are we asking? Include the arts, culture and creativity in your long-term community outcomes. Commit to developing an arts, culture and strategy, and Creative Northland wants to do that for you. We really do. We really want to help you consider adopting a policy that requires cultural infrastructure to include art and design elements that bring artists into planning from the outset. You have an amazing network of artists here, and if we can actually help through an arts and culture strategy, through cultural policy, enable artists to be at every stage of your planning and design. And let's face it, you have done some amazing things like the Chris Booth sculpture that really pushed the boundaries in 2009, really pushed the boundaries, also set the platform for what public art installations could look like.
1 minute to go.
1 minute, thank you. The definition of cultural wellbeing is the vitality that communities and individuals enjoy through participation, recreation, cultural activities, and the freedom to retain, interpret, and express their art, history, heritage, and traditions. Council, you're doing that already. An arts and culture strategy, if you apply through to the local government fund, up to $35,000, will enable Creative Northland as your partner to deliver on that activity. If you don't mind,
And I know Councillor Stratford is falling out of her chair to ask
I was just sort of making body language contact with our CEO, like, you've got to say you're going to apply to that fund and we're going to do this strategy. Because
we've got no predetermination here, have we, Councillor Stratford?
Sorry?
There's no predetermination here.
It's operational.
If I may, look, the fund closes on the 14th of May, and so I'm very grateful to be here today to talk to it. But if you require Creative Northland to help write that funding application, we will make it happen for you. We understand how within your own management the resources at times are not there, but if that's what we have to do, we will do that.
Thank you very much, and we're now out of time. So we really genuinely appreciate your presentation, and thank you for coming along today and for your enthusiasm.
Thank you. No questions. That's even better.
Thanks, thank you for letting me idle it in the room.
The next presenter this morning is James Coleman from the Northern Region, page 135 in your pack. I will be calling a break at 11:30, guys. That's 2 hours. I don't want anybody sitting longer than 2 hours. Thank you. Good morning, James. We're in your hands. You have 10 minutes.
Kia ora, James.
Kia ora koutou. My name's James Coleman, wearing a number of hats this morning in support of the submissions made by Keri Keri Football Club, also the submission made by Sport Northland and the active recreation sector, Keri Keri Gymnastics Club, as well as the supporting submission made by Northern Region Football. I also submitted on behalf of the Bay of Islands Sports Hub Working Group. Probably not something you hear very often, but I'd like to kick off by saying thank James Coleman. After many years of appearing at hearings such as this, the submissions made by the council and the operations team, also the submission, we finally have a piece of land for the Bay of Islands recreation sector. It's been a long time in the process, and we're over the first hurdle. But we can't stop on behalf of the Bay of Islands, and in many ways the hard work is still to be done. Probably not something there are major financial challenges to overcome. Work is underway on stage one. Many 5 fields will soon be underway, but to reach completion, costs are expected to be in the region of $30+ million. We finally have a piece of land. There's drainage to be done, consent, buildings to go up, such as changing rooms, club rooms, and gym sports facility. We need to plan for and investigate every opportunity we can to secure additional funding going forward, such as further funding in the LTP, so that we can get the different stages completed as quickly as possible and bring the sports codes together. And with that comes one of my major concerns. One avenue of additional funding, for example, is available through the targeted rate operated by Northland Regional Council and assisted and administered by Sport Northland. For those that are not sure what the targeted rate is, it's an amount around $20 per household initially applied to rates by Northland Regional Council to help pay for the upgrade of Okara Park, which is now Seminoff Stadium. Once the upgrade was complete and paid for, rather than abolish the rates, it was decided to continue with it and use the funds raised to contribute towards significant projects happening around Northland. To be eligible for and to acquire funding through the targeted rate, projects need to sit within the top 6 spaces on the strategic priorities list of current projects underway in the Northland region. For example, recent funding to the current top 6 projects has just been distributed, such as Te Hiku Sports Hub in Kataia, Lindbart Park Kaikoi, Sportsville Dargaville, Tikipunga Sports Park, and the Northland Rugby Development on Pori Island in Whangarei. The list is currently under review, and collectively we need to ensure that the Bay of Islands Sports Hub is identified and recognised as being one of those top 6 going forward, so that we can tap into available funding from 2024. Myself and Jamie Pavlicevic have personally done a lot of work on this with Sport Northland, and I do have provisional assurance from Sport Northland that the Sports Hub will be a part of that top 6 going forward. But we cannot do this on our own, and Far North District Council have been conspicuous by their absence in workshops and meetings in the recent past which have directly related to this. None more so than the Northland Sports Coalition meeting held 3 weeks ago, whereby a presentation was made by Phil Heatley from Northland Regional Council on the strategic priorities, and our 3 district councils, Whangarei District Council, Kaipara District Council, and Far North District Council were all invited to present on their current Spaces and Places projects and where things stand in the regions at the moment. Far North District Council did not attend. And whilst not apportioning blame to anybody, these are the types of opportunities that we cannot afford to miss for our community. There needs to be proactive engagement in the recreational spaces and places space from Far North District Council. And if that means putting money aside to employ a person to that position, then so be it. I believe much of that work by that person would also be invaluable in developing a sports facilities management plan for Far North District Council. I've been told different things on this, such as there is one already, but we've not seen it for years. To know there isn't one, certainly nobody whose role it is to oversee facilities. Far North District Council has spent a vast amount of money acquiring land for a sports hub, which we appreciate. We need to also then have the structures in place to ensure that it is managed and run effectively, which also creates the opportunity to look at the other facilities around the Far North region and the total disparity between the various sporting codes that use facilities and the way those facilities are run. Looking from a football perspective, I look after and work with 7 different football clubs in the Far North region. 3 of those clubs operate out of local schools because they do not have adequate sporting facilities in their area to operate from. Those that do have a facility pay anything from $0 to use, right up to one club which pays $9,000 per annum to use the facility, even though 3/4 of its teams do not play there because it is no longer fit for purpose. But that pales into insignificance when we look at Keri Keri Gymnastics Club, who I know over the years has also been represented here by Janet McClay and will be again this time around by Jamie. Both passionate about their sport, having recently been forced to vacate the former Placemakers building down Mill Lane in Keri Keri, which was a health hazard anyway. They find themselves in smaller, temporary facilities on State Highway 10 in Waipapa, running reduced programs because of the limited space. And any idea of the rent? Currently forced to pay market rent of $60,000 per annum. A jump of 140% on the rent that they were paying down Mill Lane. For a local community sports club who have been forced to fight for what they have for so many years, this is a travesty. And collectively, we should be ashamed that a club should find themselves in that position. Further to that, I found out only on Saturday that one of my other football clubs, Keri FC, very much a family club, who are growing their numbers, have 2 senior teams and 5 junior youth teams, have been told that they'll need to vacate their premises at Bledisloe Domain, Haruru Falls, in 5 years' time, because of the intention to turn the grounds into a retirement village. I was there on Saturday afternoon talking to heartbroken members who were at a loss as to what to do. Bledisloe Domain is one of those jewels in the Bay of Islands crown. It should be protected as a sporting asset and developed as a hub with netball and tennis in the Paihia area. Not stripped away completely, further depriving our young families in this fast-growing area the opportunity to play sport. A number of years ago, when I started talking about facility requirements in Keri Keri, primarily for the football club, one of the solutions that was put to me was, why don't you just move some of your games and go and play on Bledisloe Domain? My answer was, that's not fixing the problem, that's just shifting the problem. Keri FC now have nowhere to shift to. This to me is where development of an up-to-date facilities management plan is vital to ensure that our assets are secure, managed well, and improved on with a cost-effective balance for all sporting codes. And I believe that by Final District Council investing in creating that position, which would give us all codes a point of contact, it can only have a positive impact on our facilities and the running of our sporting facilities and sporting communities. I wanted just to finish with a quote from Apple founder Steve Jobs. People say you have to have a lot of passion for what you are doing, and it's totally true. And the reason is because it's so hard that if you don't, any rational person would give up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. We have time for a question if anyone has one. Councillor Cleveland.
Thank you for being irrational and cracking on. So you mentioned news, some of your people being told that the lease at Bledisloe Park will terminate in 5 years. Can you tell us where that information came from?
That came from one of the board members of the Waitangi Trust, but actually 2 of the board members who are also part of Paihia Football Club. And to be perfectly honest, on Saturday, that was the first I'd heard of it. But they were adamant that that's what they've been told, that in 5 years' time, there is an intention there. Whether it's through Waitangi Trust, I'm not sure. But the intention is to take back ownership of the Bledisloe Domain and build a retirement village there.
Thank you very much, James. Your time is up. Can I leave it to, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you very much and acknowledge how privileged we are in the far north to have irrational members of the community up there. Irrational. I thought you said irrational. Drive safe. We will have one more presentation and then I'll be calling the break. It is important that the staff and colleagues at the table have the opportunity to take a comfort break. So the next presenter is Vince Buxton, and he appears on page 97 of your pack.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Buxton. You have 10 minutes when you're ready. We're in.
Thank you. Just grab a glass of water if you don't mind. My name's Vince Buxton. I'm a local Keri Keri businessman. I'm also a trustee of our Keri Keri Community Trust. And as a concerned member of the Keri Keri community, I'm going to talk today about what I see and what I've spoken to a number of members of the community about impacts of the LTP to the Keri Keri community. And that's where our focus is for this presentation. I'm going to make 3 main points. You've all read the submission, so I'm not going to read it, obviously, but 3 points I want to cover are firstly the consultation process. The second is the rating formula change that's been proposed. And the third is the planning for Keri Keri and the detail behind the LTP. With regards to the consultation process, I too will start with some compliments because I think it was a good effort to get out into the district and the community meetings were well received. I do believe that the time frame was really short and unfortunately poorly planned around the Easter holidays, leaving it very difficult for a large number of the community to really participate. There were a lot of distractions with the other consultations and it left a lot of people short of time. The consultation or document itself, I believe, glossed over some of the major LTP details that would be of interest to the community. And I would encourage that sort of document dig a little deeper into the documents referred on the back page and perhaps highlight some of the changes from previous LTPs and so forth in the future. The online rating tool was quite confusing and it didn't represent a true 10-year impact of the actual rating changes. It was only a 1-year impact. Some people I talked to didn't understand that it was only a 1-year impact and believed that what they saw on that page was in fact what the effects of the overall changes were. The fair and simple rate question, that's really a leading question. It really didn't explain fully what was unfair or complicated about our current system. And in a way, I believe it's misleading to the general public because who in their right mind is going to answer a question no to a question that simply says, is this, do you believe in a fairer and simpler rating process? I think it should have been more transparent about what the changes behind the rating process are and then leave it to other people's judgment as to where it's fairer or simpler. Many people that I've talked to are still unaware of the changes, and I guess that's part of this process. It's never easy to communicate to everyone, but the model should always be to try to ensure that there's no surprises. The danger, of course, being lack of transparency can leave some to doubt the authenticity of the community consultation process as a whole. Putting the process aside, I'd like to address the rating formula change. Again, the question is still left unanswered. What is unfair and complicated about the current formula? Well, there's really not a lot of proof that the proposed change is fairer and simpler, nor is it clear to who it's fairer and simpler. Currently, under the land value-based system, the Keri Keri community does currently pay the lion's share of the district's rates. Under a CV system, this will increase even more. Why? Because obviously our sales prices and our improvement values on the land are generally higher than other areas of the district. So what we're effectively seeing is a redistribution, if you like, of wealth across the district with little proven correlation to how that affects anyone's individual household income. I don't believe that it's council's role to redistribute wealth through the rating structure. The central government has a much clearer view of where income levels are on different people, and I think it's their job to really have the social welfare role, if you like. But this seems like a clear strategy to try to take more from the wealthier areas of the district and spread them out across the rest of the district. Keri Keri's already the goose that's laying the golden egg. Do we really want to penalise Keri more? A lot of those residents are retired, they're on fixed incomes. In fact, they've been negatively impacted by the effects of COVID-19. The fact that they're no longer able to get the type of income off their investments that they were able to get in the past, and so are struggling already to whack them with even more rates on their higher value properties does seem quite unfair. Keri Keri as a whole, population makes up about 25% of the district, 18,000 people in what I call Greater Keri Keri. That's an area where people come to Keri Keri every day to go to school, to work. It encompasses Doves Bay and some of the surrounding areas, right up to Puketi Forest. The area where people generally would say, yep, I'm a member of the Keri Keri community, this is where I shop, this is where I play, this is where I take my kids to school. The population growth in Keri Keri grew 6 times the Kaitaia community area, which also includes an area outside of central Kaitaia, and 100 times the Kaikoui community area over the last 10 years. Our growth rate is one of the highest in the nation, and developers are being attracted because of its outstanding growth. Keri Keri is probably the most likely to be the first town in this area to be an NPSUD Tier 3 urban environment, if it isn't already. Keri Keri's median house price is now upwards of $850,000, which is more than double each of the other wards. Median sales prices over the last 20 years are accelerating faster in Keri Keri than anywhere else in the district. So as you look at CV rating, Keri Keri will continue to pay more and more and more as our CVs accelerate away from the rest of the district. I mean, we're fortunate that Keri Keri is an attractive place to live. I mean, it's got a cosmopolitan culture that seems to be attracting people. They feel easy to make the transition to move into Keri Keri. It's 3 hours drive from a city. It's got airport, fast fibre connections, easy access to the Bay of Islands, playground, schools. People feel safe. These are all great things. But with our growth rate being so fast, and perhaps some of them, one of the highest in the country, we have seen in the past that delays in wastewater infrastructure, for example, have turned customers that I've dealt with in my real estate business away because they haven't been able to find the properties that we're looking for when we reached capacity 4 or 5 years ago. This begs the question of what can we do to ensure that we've got the right infrastructure in place to support the type of growth that we're seeing. .id, obviously, are the demographers that provide the growth statistics to council that a lot of planning is based on. Some of those statistics were done some time ago. COVID-19 has injected some real change into what is happening in terms of migration around the country. Such things as Zoom towns. Your own people at council are working from home now. This is the same in the city. And I've had many customers recently who have moved to Keri Keri, so they no longer have to work in the city near to their offices. They can come here, have their boat, go to the boat ramp, and simply use the internet to get to work. They've got an airport if they need to go down there, and younger people with families are moving here because we have good schools. Lockdowns gave a lot of people time to contemplate their lifestyle, and many are now moving up here. So we've seen a phenomenal increase in the number of sales and the number of people moving from out of the cities over the last year or so.
Mr. Buxton.
So what I've noticed is that there really doesn't seem to be a lot in the budget for the LTP budget for this increased force of growth over the next 5 years. In particular, we've got the traffic concerns that a lot of people, and I'm sure you'll hear plenty about that over the next 2 days. Water supply seems to be stretched to capacity, and I'd like to see us focus a little bit more prioritisation on where money is spent on infrastructure for our fastest growing town. In effect, don't strangle the goose that's laying the golden egg. If we can support growth in Keri Keri, add more ratepayers, then it has to be a strategy that helps the whole district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have any time for questions, but we are now going to for 10 minutes. If anybody wants to bail you up before you run out the door, that's entirely at their discretion.
Happy to hang around.
For those who are waiting to present, I apologise if you're being delayed. We've been sitting for 2 hours. I do need to allow the staff time to have a break and my colleague, but I would invite you to have a cup of tea or coffee with us if you'd like to do that. And 10 minutes, colleagues, and we'll be back. Thank you. to us this morning is Daryl Francis, page 128 in your pack. Welcome. You've probably got the hang of how this works by now. Just a polite reminder that we are live streaming, so you'll be forever immortalised on YouTube. And we do have a number of people who are watching us remotely. When you're ready, we're in your hands.
Kia ora. Ko Daryl Francis Takawangawa, ko Kawakawa Taku Kaina. Today I'm representing myself, a member of the Bay of Islands Rotary Club, Edith Painting, Principal of Bay of Islands College, and a 12th year student, Noah. So I'd like to visualise yourself as a 14-year-old in Kawakawa, a teenager, school holidays in front of you, no skateboard park, no movie theatre, no pump track, not much happening, just wheelies down the main street. Yes, they do have access to devices and activities, internet at the Kawakawa Library. However, this is a sedentary activity. And some of the other activities mentioned require expensive equipment. The Keri Keri Street Court, or basketball court, proves that it's a very successful space for all ages, and physical activity is proven to be good for mental health. So our proposal is to have a back-to-back street court. So do you know what a street court or street ball is? Good. We already have 4 tennis courts in Kawakawa on the way to the Bay of Islands Hospital. In addition to the basketball courts, there are toilet facilities, and a water fountain would be ideal to have there as well. The plumbing currently exists at this site, and these facilities could be locked when not in use. So what we are proposing is to develop one of the tennis courts into a street ball court. However, there are some perceived issues. Some people living near the courts may have concerns that there would be loitering and unsavoury characters, or that the toilet facilities would be target of vandalism. In the past, the 4 courts were heavily utilised by the community, and there was never any issue. It would bring more life to this part of a once very vibrant community setting, including the revival of tennis and business house competitions. To date, we have had discussion with Bird, who are willing to donate the concrete base, and we have a possibility of securing funding for Tiger Turf, which is a safer and more versatile sports surface. Adele Davis, the administrator of the Kawakawa Tennis Association, has agreed in principle to have 2 of the tennis courts converted into a back-to-back half-court basketball court. The Bay of Islands Rotary are willing to support this venture and have a wealth of qualified and skilled members willing to donate their time, and of course Bay of Islands College students able to help out in any way. Street ball is part of the teenage culture as they see it in the American movies, and they're encouraged to become proficient in the hope that they can be skillful as any of the national basketball icons. Our proposal is to utilise the 2-end courts, which are at the moment in disrepair, and the existing metal sleeve, which is in the middle of the courts, to hold the goal post. The design would be back-to-back backboard with a hoop so that there would be half courts. This is preferable to the goal at each end of the court, as it minimises the possibility of the ball going over the fence and onto the road or into private property. We believe the benefits of this facility would outweigh the concerns. And now I'd just like to put a little bit from Noah Devine, a 12-year-old, slow down. Year 12 student at Bay of Islands College, a student passionate about making this project come to fruition. Why I want a basketball court in Kawakawa? The reason I chose this is because I am a fan of basketball. Sports facilities are one of the most sought out by our families when making a move to a new area. Sports are part for communities that want to expand and grow in the right direction. After reading an article from IFP News, there has been many reasons why sports can be beneficial to communities and individuals. The article explains that being entertained can create a positive atmosphere through good sportsmanship. It can build self-confidence for the players by making them pick a target and think how they're going to approach it. Through this practice, the people quickly learn to skillfully approach a situation and also trust in their skills to finish what they started. It can also reduce the amount of crime in the community because instead of teenagers doing drugs or hanging around with the wrong crowd, they're practicing to be the best at sport they can. Communities that participate in sport usually develop strong social bonds. They're safer places for people who live in them are generally healthier and happier than places where physical activity isn't a priority. In Kawakawa, we have a swimming pool, a rugby club, a football field, a cycling track, a bowling club, squash court, gymnasium and fight fitness. Amongst the facilities already mentioned, we also have a tennis court on the corner of Grey Street and McFarlane Street. The state of these courts is functional at best. Only one half of the property is used, and even that half isn't exactly in great condition either, while the other half is a state of disarray with nature taking back the other half. With vines growing up and over the top of the fence and grass breaching through the asphalt courts, the fences and doors are beginning to buckle under their own weight. So how does this affect me, that's Noah, and all the community? This impacts the community because of the lack of sports facilities. It leaves our community without diverse sports like tennis, basketball, cricket, badminton or volleyball. All of these sports facilities will encourage people to play other sports other than netball or rugby. It may also get Northland New Zealand into other sporting, the Northlanders that play basketball into other sporting events around the globe. And this would decrease the amount of people without jobs through teaching others or playing that sport professionally through sports. It also promotes volunteering and helping others get work experience. Research shows that sports can change communities for the better. So what does this involve? What does it look like? If this project were to be involved, there'd be multiple groups involved. A basketball court would help encourage people to become more active, try different sports. But the problem is that there is no proper open space to put up a hoop or two. But court in disarray, a restoration project would need to be completed first. So what we're asking for is community funding, and I believe that may be being reduced. So we want the community funding to stay the same or be increased so that projects like this can go ahead in Kawakawa.
Thank you. That was an excellent submission. We have 2 minutes left. So are there any questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wanting clarification as to whether you had an idea of what the cost would be of this project.
Not as yet. We're hoping that the concrete will be donated by Firth. I've had through Edith Painting, the principal of Bay of Islands College, that is the case. I haven't gone into funding for the tiger turf, no.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Ms. Ward. Thanks for that, Gerald. Great community investments in there. I just can't recall on the site, was there a pavilion there?
No.
And does it have lighting?
No, when I arrived, tennis was being played on the courts, but the business house competition truly stopped, and that was 1994.
Thank you.
There are toilet facilities there.
There's toilets though?
I believe so, yeah, I have not seen them.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Questions only. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
For taking the time to drive over today and talk to us. Sincerely appreciated. The next person presenting to us this morning is John Bailey, page 13 of your pack. Good morning, John. It's still this morning.
Good morning, everyone.
You're 10 minutes when you're ready.
Right, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's John Bailey. I'm a sheep and beef farmer and also a dairy farmer in the Bay of Islands area. And my submission is relatively brief. I think you've got a copy of it there, but I will read it out if that helps. I don't know. My submission relates principally to the Farnborough District Council road review as part of the long-term plan for the district. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced that the proposed plan makes the rating system fairer or equitable to all sectors contributing towards the cost of running Farnborough District Council services. From what I can conclude from using a sample rate database that was provided in the long-term plan, adopting the current options would mean a 35% increase in rates for the 2 farmland properties that I'm involved in. And I understand that this is a common analysis for many in the Bay of Islands area in particular. I don't believe this cannot be equitable or sustainable given the ongoing and cumulative percentage increases that are also being mooted. So you accumulate them on top of the 35%, the numbers get quite big every year. The removal or diminishing influence of the uniform annual general charge as proposed is, I believe, a major contributor to one of this inequity. In my view, the reverse should be happening and the UAGGC should be increased to the maximum allowable to be more fairly spread the burden and also reflect the general cost of services benefiting the district citizens, i.e. more paying less rather than less paying more. I also think the capital value-based rate system is probably better than the land value-based system, as I think that probably better reflects the use made of the facilities by the individual ratepayers and the services provided. The Farnborough District Council has the ability to use both targeted and rate differentials to modify the effect and more evenly spread the burden amongst the ratepayers, and also better reflect the beneficiaries of a particular spend in that particular community. Local body rates should be based on the user pays system as the principal funder of local body services, not a system that acts as a wealth tax based on persons' assumed ability to pay. So that's basically my submission, very short, I hope. And yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was succinct, but it made its point. Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Councillor Stratford, then Councillor Busich.
Mr. Bailey, so at the moment we rate land-based value.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that you think the use of a capital value-based system would be better. But we've heard repeatedly this morning people disagree with that.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit, it's a bit of a case of shifting the deck chairs, really. You know, you've got to end up with the same result at the end. I've always sort of thought land-based value was pretty fair and equitable, but I'm just sort of thinking about it, probably the capital-based probably reflects better of the ability to use the services and benefit from those services rather than the land-based system.
And then if we adjusted the UAGC,
yeah,
it would actually decrease the general rate anyway.
Yeah, well, I think UAGC can go up to about 30%, can't it, I think? And I think by doing that, you actually spread the burden across more people. And I also think it makes ratepayers probably more responsible and more involved in what's going on in their community. Like if you're not contributing anything, everybody says, oh, I want more footpaths. Well, okay, that's fine, but it's actually going to cost you more. And if people can appreciate that, I think you get a far more responsible and, well, mature is not the right word, but, you know, I think people will take more interest in what's happening.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, I've got a question. I think I missed what you said there. I think the submission was great. You said you're a sheep and beef farm?
Yeah.
And the calculator, I presume, was showing the capital rates increases that you're likely to experience. Is that correct?
Yes.
So tell me what capital rates you got on your property that would account for that increase?
No, this is just looking up on that calculator, is it?
Yeah. Well, going back to your sheep and beef farm.
Yeah.
You obviously got a yards and what expensive capital in the house?
Well,
what else have you got there?
Obviously the infrastructure, but no, it's really, well, I own a property on the coast at Waitangi.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to figure out how that figure's arrived at. We're going to do a deep dive on that. Can you please give you the details of Have you got that, Cheryl?
Property details.
Yeah, property details for Cheryl.
So you want to
We can look in detail and just see.
Yeah. Principally, I base it on, I've got a dairy farm as well. And the rate increase on that is about 35%.
Cow sheds.
That's what the calculator says. So they seem to, the calculator seems to vary, it seems to alter a little bit, so it was a bit hard to say, but that's what the number went from 22 to 29,000.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if there's any other questions or clarification. No. Bailey, thank you very much for coming on and making your presentation today. Cheryl is going to accost you on the way out.
Yep. Okay. Thanks very much.
The next person who is presenting to the committee this morning is Roger Ludbrook. Page 143 of your submission pack. Mr. Ludbrook, please come forward and take a seat. You have 10 minutes. This is your opportunity to have your say to your elected members. Just a polite reminder that we've got a number of people watching remotely via Teams, and we are live streaming. And we're in your hands when you're ready.
All right, thank you. I'm Roger Ludbrook from Drysdale Farmer on Highway. I'm going to take my submission as being read. I'd like to address the questions that I ask in it rather than wade my way through it because it's quite a long submission. The first question I asked, when I've approached councillors over the 36% rate increase we're looking at on our dry stock farm, the councillors have been uninformed as to the side. They were aware of a 5.5% rate increase across the district, but not on the individual landowners. I wanted to know why you didn't, the councillors I approached didn't appear, and I'm assuming the rest of you weren't aware of it either. Why none of you were aware of the rate increase that farmers were facing in this area? That's my question to you.
All right, Mr. Ludbrook, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to engage in dialogue with you at this point. This is your 10 minutes to address us.
All right.
But we will take your questions on board during deliberation. Okay.
The other thing I asked is that you changed the name on the rating assessment from in the 22 update was the GRGD capital value, which prior to that was called the annual rates roading rates farming differential. My increase on that differential was 208%, and it turned out to be 236% once you put in the actual monetary value and how that differential changed. I felt that this, apart from the other differential increasing by 30%, seemed to be a massive increase to put on one individual. I have suggested that you reinstate the UAGC and recalculate the whole rating system. I know that prior to doing this, and I've submitted for you before, we asked you to lift the differential to 30%, which I think you've done, and now you've reduced it to 0. I realise you're not allowed to engage with me, so I've asked 3 questions on how you want me to meet the $7,500 rate increase that I'm going to face. I've given you 3 options. One is that I increase my nitrogen use to 360 kilos per hectare, whereas currently it's around 100 kilos, and I feel that that's environmentally sustainable. The 360 kilos of nitrogen to meet the $7,000 rate increase isn't environmentally sustainable, so it's not an option that I really want to pursue. The other option I offered is I soak up $5,000 of the rate increase, but it was in lieu of everyone on council and staff taking a $1,000 rate increase, because I felt that asking me to lose $5,000, asking you to lose $1,000 seemed like a fair exchange. And the third option I had is that I've got a solo mum in a house. She's charged about $7,500 in rent below what would be market rentals, and so I can get rid of her and lift my rates. My rent, it's a farm cottage, so that then that would meet the $7,500. That's also an option that I don't consider feasible. Really, the only one that's feasible to me is that I soak up the $7,500 rate increase. I point out that in the table I gave you, we are the first dry stock farm. There are no capital buildings on that. There's no houses on that. That's just a block of bare land that's facing that $7,500 rate increase. Under a fairer rating system, I do not understand how leveraging that off bare land can be considered economically sustainable. I'd welcome questions.
Thank you. We'll go now to questions. Councillor Stratford. Questions only, please.
Kia ora, Mr. Ladbroke. In the last, since I've been involved in local government, 12 years, have you ever been involved in the rating conversation?
Yes, so I was president of Northern Federated Farmers from I think 2014 to 17, and at that stage we submitted regularly on your annual plans throughout the district, which gives me a little bit of an insight into the trials that you face as a council trying to strike the rates, and you have my full sympathy in trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve, though I'm probably a little bit less sympathetic towards you at the moment.
And another question, is this the most extraordinary change you've seen council take?
To the best of my knowledge, last time I submitted where I think you were striking the UAGC at around 23%, and we encouraged you to lift it to 30%. I understand, talking to my advisor, that the $450 of the UAGC took you close to that 30%. I don't understand why you have removed it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you submitting today, and it's been really insightful.
Councillor Usage.
Yeah, just, thanks for your submission. Some of those properties you listed in your submission there, would you be so kind to see the valuation? Because we do want to, do that.
The property valuation?
The valuations you've given, the property details, so that Cheryl can follow it through. Probably can't take it off. That's on your.
Oh, so you're referring to who they are?
No, I'm not interested in the names. I just want the valuation so that internally we can do the comparisons that you've done there.
The capital valuations are on the edge there. Am I misunderstanding it? So that dry stock fund, 382 hectares, has a capital value of $3 million.
I just want to be able to reference the properties. I don't see the trees around there. They're not there. Just so we can reference those properties. So
I can give you my one, which has the complete table on it if the tables haven't come through.
The tables have come through, but I don't see the actual property. So if we want to cross-check those figures, we can't do that.
So you need the addresses.
So we can
you
dive
need
and see.
Yep, I can do that.
If you can, please, because we'll look at the details and we can make these comparisons.
So I see I've got the addresses on the second half: 12 Tennyson Street, 32 Clifford Street, 71 Broadway, 32 Mission Road, 34 Mission Road. So it's just those first properties that you require the actual addresses for.
So based on those individual addresses, we can access the valuation number and get what the information.
Okay, we've probably got that on there.
Okay, so it's just those first half dozen properties that I've listed. I know most of them off the top of my head, but I'd have to go back to get their actual addresses because they came to me by the farmers who were challenged under the rating changes that were proposed.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for the submitter? Question.
Mr. Ludbrook, you understand that we're in a state of consultation and we haven't made any firm decision on the rating?
I do understand that. I read the Stuff report. I was actually where I was quoted in it, and I see the quote from John Carter is that the rating changes are not set in stone, but that's what submissions are about. I would draw your attention in my submissions where I talk about the government, central government's promoting of land use changes towards forestry. Well, it was just a reference point. I have talked with Rod Carr, who wrote that environment report, and in the environment report, they talk about the move towards forestry as creating generational poverty within the rural regions. And yet these rating changes as they're currently proposed, I am trying really hard not to move our farm across to a carbon farming system, because banks won't lend on it, and the people who are currently looking to leverage off it also know that as a sustainable system it's very weak, because it only takes the pen of a government to change it all. And yet rating increases like this and the perceived potential income that can come through carbon farming make the move by farmers towards those carbon farming systems increasingly attractive. And that worries me, and it should worry you as a council, because as an example, we're already looking on farm of taking 66 hectares and put it into forestry. This removes 100 breeding cows off our farm. It removes 100 calves coming into the system for a plant like AFCO to kill. And the 380,000 hectares that they want to see that to go into carbon potentially will close 5 meatworks throughout the country, of which one of them could be in Northland. And so you need to consider the implications, probably more at regional and district level, of removing a plant like AFCO in Mura from the district income, and what it would mean to you as a community.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. On behalf of my colleagues, can I thank you for your submission?
You get to see me again on Thursday, so if you do have any questions you want to pursue further, I'll be submitting on the Fed's submission on Thursday afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to speak, and enjoy your day.
The next submitter, colleagues, is Heritage New Zealand, page 8 of your pack. We have, is it Ross Baker and Bill Edwards here? Thank you, gentlemen, if you'd like to come up.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Bill Edwards, and this is my colleague Ross Baker. I take the submission as being read. For the submission, I thought we'd just stagger it through so you know what, as we talk, what we're talking about. We'll give a bit of background about why Northland is particularly important from a heritage point of view. Look at place-based heritage. Look at some of the buildings and structures, but also look at the multiplier effects that we have from heritage. And then look at some ways that we can augment and help heritage in the district through the FNDC. And finally, and importantly, look how this can be funded. So that's the outline of what we're doing. So if I'll just start. Basically, Northland is an incredibly rich area. I am, by training, an archaeologist. Northland has more archaeological sites than any other place in the country. And each of those sites have a story connected with it. And so if we look at some of the early Māori history, we have sites associated with Kupe in the Hokianga. We have Manga Hawea and Motoroa Island, where we've got some of the earliest carbon dates with humans arriving from Polynesia here. We have Wharewa, an amazing pa, which was abandoned in 1828 and is in Pupuki and is associated with the Tupuna Hongi Hika. And we also have all the more sites. We also have early European history. We have Rangihoa, the beginning of Pākehā settlement or European settlement here. We have the Keri Keri Basin, which has just recently celebrated 200 years. We have Kororareka, Russell, Hauraki, which was a site of shipbuilding and, of course, led to how we got a flag and that whole story. We also, coming up in 2023, we have 200 years for Paihia for the Williams family, which was a gift to the missionaries by a woman called Ana Hamu, whose son Atu had died in Parramatta, and that was gifted in order to encourage the missionaries over there. So we have an immense amount of rich and important stories. And we also have why is heritage important? Because it gives us a sense of place and it gives a sense of belonging. We live here and we have a sense of belonging in place. But also, as well as that, it has social and economic worth. It has, and the social worth is that sense of belonging, a sense of place, a sense of being, but it also has economic strength as well. And then economic strength is in visitors coming to Northland. It also has tourism from overseas. Recently we've got a history-based curriculum, which is all about having local-based stories, so it's place-based. And we have all these places. We can teach people all sorts of things about our place-based stories. So, and an example that would be Waitangi, Ruapekapeka. There's a couple of examples of place-based, and of course our properties. We also have, luckily for us, is that we have a series of heritage buildings and structures. And examples of that would be Rawene, which is going through, I say, a bit of building renaissance at the moment. Buildings are being done up. People visit Rawene because of the buildings. They also go to Monganui. They like the quaintness of Monganui, and of course, being by the waterfront. We have Russell, we have Paihia, and we put sets of rules around there in the plan in order to protect those areas and look after those areas. But these become important. The heritage is the attraction, and that then builds a tourism infrastructure, and it boosts the local economy. Now, I'm going to pass on to my colleague Ross, who's going to talk about some of the technical aspects.
Okay, thanks, Will. So the heritage provides for a strong social and economic benefit, alluding to what Bill has said. Provides a multiplier effect with tourism, and for the economy, it's not just entry fees for these heritage precinct buildings and other structures that are outside the precinct areas. It provides cash into the economy through cafes that are nearby, through supermarkets, accommodation, when visitors wish to come to the area to see the character of the places that we have up here, which is supported heavily through heritage. What we have seen in reviewing the draft district plan is that there doesn't appear to be a link between the draft district plan and a lot of the good comments in there about heritage and history with the long-term plan. We haven't been able to see a financial link supporting what's promoted in the district plan. What we are suggesting as a way forward is for the council to employ a full-time heritage specialist to augment and enhance the heritage for the far north, and to advocate for heritage within the council on council's operations and council's own capital works programs. And that position would also further support the council's consenting staff, both regulatory and in the building consenting sections. We'd also like to suggest that the council introduces a contestable heritage fund, which would go some way in supporting the goals and aims of the draft district plan. That contestable fund would assist owners of heritage assets and structures for the maintenance of those assets, for example, fencing of past sites to protect from stock damage, building structures, statutes, and also provide for storyboarding and interpretation on a lot of these past sites and historic structures. I'll pass over to you.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, some councils will also for scheduled items in the district plan, heritage items, give rates relief or rates rebate. So that's something we can do to encourage owners to continue with these buildings, continue looking after these sites. So the rub is, how does, we've asked for a list of things that we would like. How do we fund them? Well, we think that funding for a heritage planner, contestable fund and rates relief could be sourced from development contributions contributions, which we understand are not currently applied to developments in the Far North District Council. So what we're suggesting is that we actually reinstate development contributions, and those development contributions can be put forward to enhancing and looking after this remarkable and incredible heritage resource that we have in Northland. Kia ora.
Thank you. I have one question before I open that to the floor. Do you have any legal precedent where development contributions have been able to be applied in the way that you've just articulated?
I don't know. I don't know what happens to development contributions, seeing we don't have them here. But my understanding is they just go into a fund. I don't know what happens after that.
Thank you. Councillor Tiffany.
Thank you for your submission. Could you steer any of us in a direction or point out councils that have got established heritage funds or heritage specialists?
Sure. Yes, I can. Yeah. Well, all the major councils, and I say the major councils, all the big cities have heritage units. So that's Dunedin, Christchurch, Wellington and Auckland. And of course, we're not that size. So what we did is we started drilling down on the smaller councils, and Ross here did a bit of background research. So I'm going to pass it over to you, Ross.
What we discovered is more than half of the other councils have a planner with a part-time or full-time that has a heritage expertise. So they may not be a team, it's either an individual that's solely allocated to dealing with heritage issues, or that's part of a full-time role.
Councillor Clinton.
Just a sort of follow-up question. Equally, do you have models or examples of councils who provide rates relief or rebates?
Kaikoura Council, which is a very small council, gave rates relief, and on high-ranking scheduled items, not on everything. And the Kaikoura Council also has a contestable fund, which is a very small and hard-to-track council locally. So there are a number of contestable funds around for heritage, and Heritage New Zealand also has a small contestable fund which we give out as well. But
Thank you, gentlemen. We're out of time, but we sincerely appreciate the submission and for your passion for all things heritage. Enjoy the afternoon and drive safe.
Thank you.
Colleagues, the next presenter today is coming to us live streaming. Andrew Scott, page 187 of your pack. Can you hear us, Mr. Scott? We can't hear you.
You are on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Testing.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Still can't hear you, Mr. Scott.
Oh, there we go.
Can you do it?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay now?
We'll just see if we can't fix these communication challenges.
Yeah.
Yes, there you are. Have you now, Mr. Scott?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Kia ora.
10 minutes, we're in your hands.
Okay. Now, I've got a little PowerPoint presentation I'd like to step through, but bear with me. I'm going to try and share my screen. I don't know whether there's anybody who can give me a bit of technical assistance here with how I might do that.
There's a small box at the top right of your screen with an arrow pointing upwards.
An arrow pointing upwards. No, I don't have that.
Can you see where the leave button is? The one right to the left of that.
No, I don't have anything in the top left of my screen. I've got three little dots that give me a settings menu. Keypad. Yeah, okay. In the interest of time, I'll just read through my presentation. Sorry, okay, that's better. Okay, so I'd like to present a submission with the rate changes that have been proposed, and I've put together a short agenda. I'm quite unfamiliar with these proceedings, so forgive me if I don't do things 100% correctly. But basically what I wanted to do was to go through my understanding of the intent of the Far North District Council with the new ratings scheme, just to make sure I've got it right. Then I'd like to talk a little bit about my own particular property and situation that I'm in, and then the financial impact of the proposed changes on my property and also the neighbours around me. And also, I have a property in Auckland. I'd just like to do a comparison of the rates in Auckland with what Far North District Council is showing, because there is quite a discrepancy there, and then come up with a number of recommendations. So my understanding is that you want to move away from an income per household type of property rating system. You want to move away from an income per household to some sort of property value rating system. In other words, move away from user pays to a more socio-economic model, which I don't have a great issue with if it's done fairly. The other thing is that you want to move property value revenue streams from purely land value to capital value over the next 10 years. And again, I don't have great issue with that approach if it's done fairly. But if you look at what it means to my particular scenario, my rates will actually increase by over 20% next year, which is a lot. And also I found looking through your websites, you did have an intention to keep rates from within 3.5% of inflation, whereas a 20% hike to me is pretty large. So moving on to my situation, my property is just bare land. I generate no income from the property. I receive no services at all from the Far North District Council. I'm wanting to build a house in the next 3 years to retire there, but that'll probably double the capital value of the property, which will have a huge impact on my rates as well, I would imagine. And I sort of feel that where we're at in Mahinapua is that we're sort of an outlier to property values in the area, where we are larger properties and have higher values, but we've got no income coming in from them, and our property taxes seem sort of a bit out of whack with what the council's intent was. So if we look at it from my perspective, my rates go from $4,598 to $5,543 per annum with the new scheme, which is 20% increase. my own personal situation is my business has been decimated by COVID-19, and because of the general economic downturn, rates. My rates could potentially double when I build, and again, there'll be no income generated from my property at all. If I compare the scheme with Auckland's, in Auckland, my property value is worth about 1.65 times what my Mahinapua property is, yet I only pay $2,900 per annum in rates. So if you look at that in a percentage terms of capital value of my land in Auckland, I paid 0.26% in rates on the capital value. And if I look at it for the Far North property, it's 0.8%, which is, it's 3 to 4 times what we're paying in Auckland. In the Far North, I don't receive any services, whereas in Auckland, I get quite a lot of services like water, rubbish collection, wastewater services, footpath roading, etc., which we don't get up here now. I know that there's been a massive increase in value of property up in the Far North, especially coastal living property where we are. But Auckland's received the same, has had the same, rapid growth in value as well, and yet the rates have remained sort of relatively stable. So, in summary, what I'd like to propose is that the council considers a better way to apportion rates across the board, rather than a flat formula, and come up with a fair rating system that does not penalise retirees in rural areas. So one I have, I'm not an expert on council matters, but is it possible to look at different property tax rates for different zones to better align rate charges for services received? Because where we are in a coastal living zone, we typically have larger properties. I mean, we're not allowed to subdivide them down, and hence, our land values and property values are going to be higher. Yet we don't receive any more. In fact, we receive less services than people sort of in the more urban areas. And the other thing is, I guess my question is, the council reviewing budgets and lining them better with these difficult times. Businesses are having to pull, in the reins on spend, and is it possible to reduce the council spend? Because hiking rates by more than 20% when everybody's struggling to stay afloat just doesn't seem right to me. So that's really what I've got to say. I don't know any feedback or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have time for a question if there is any from the floor. Doesn't appear that there are. Could I encourage you to, if you can, email through your presentation to staff, and that way we can see your PowerPoint?
Yeah, okay. Yep. Shall I email that through to Alicia?
Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Yep. Okay, well, thank you for your time.
You did very well for your first time attending into the council meeting. Thank you very much for your submission. The weather is clearly better where you are, so enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, will do. Okay, thank you very much.
Colleagues, the next presenter this afternoon is Mark Evans. He's also up there on Teams, page 127 in your pack. 10 minutes, we're in your hands when you're ready. Can we just do a test for sound first, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Got you? Yep, perfect. We're in your hands. Go.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to read from a further submission that I made on Monday afternoon against capital rating. And I'm just going to read through it and then as quickly as possible so that you can then, if there's any questions, fire away. The economic advantage of a land-based system have been understood going back at least as far as Henry George, the 19th century economist. In New Zealand, support from economists for an LV-based rating is widespread because of its advantages, and it is favoured by a wide range of academic and think tank economists from both the left and right. Several jurisdictions overseas have adopted a rate system based on LVs. In fact, more than 30 countries have some experience with separately estimating LV and taxing it, including New Zealand. There are social and economic downsides to capital rating, and I'll run through these in a numbered order. CV, capital rating, does not recognise the fact that most people reach maximum capital value in their properties late in life when the cash flows have already peaked and are declining very rapidly. This will cause severe hardship and ultimately force people from their homes. It is socially and economically discriminates. There is no evidence to support the case that those whom have more developed properties have more cash flow to pay higher rates than a person with little or no development on a premium location whom will be well rewarded by the proposed CV rating. Auckland current property rate system uses capital values to determine the variable component of its property rates bill. This approach is widespread in New Zealand, but it does not incentivise the most efficient use of land. Landowners who use land efficiently by developing on it pay higher property rates because the more improvements you add, the more you pay. Auckland Council is investigating changing back to the LV system and estimates that many more houses would be built annually as a result if the change was made. It makes no sense whatsoever to change our rating system to one that will decrease the number of houses built when we already have a housing shortage in the midst of a housing crisis. Another challenge with a CV-based rating system is that because it does not incentivise land development, it creates less certainty about when additional rates revenue will be received by councils. In times of financial challenge, the right incentives need to be in place to encourage the uptake of new infrastructure as soon after it is put in place. The CV effect will be to make the council poorer and unable to meet services demand that already exists. Capital expenditure on personal property is either already tax-paid investment or tax-paid over time through debt repayment. Capital value rating is a tax that taxes the unrealised inflation in the value of capital improvements over time. It is a creeping tax on the people's hard work. Land value rating is much fairer and supportive of a stronger economy and better social outcomes. There is no incentive to limit or delay development of land. People are not so threatened by the possibility of being rated off their property. A land value-based rate system approach has several strengths. It incentivises efficient use of land and doesn't reward those who do not develop their land. It's easy to administer. It's difficult to evade. It doesn't distort production in the economy. Land is fixed and a tax on it won't mean less of it is produced. It is better aligns timing between infrastructure provisions and the take-up of that infrastructure. We already have a land-based rating system in place. It is the best rating system. Why spend speculatively to change for what will undoubtedly create perverse outcomes? For example, people will be incentivised to undertake low-value improvements on their land, which will result in lower economic activity, less jobs, lower wages. Please take into account the law of unintended consequences. Personally, I've just cancelled an agreement to build a 90 square metre garage worth $54,000. I've done this because of absurd additional FNDC costs for resource consents estimated at $7,000, and the potential introduction of capital rating is the last straw. I will not be subject to wealth taxes on additional capital expenditure under any condition. Development contributions is another example of an ill-conceived council policy that distorted development in the far north for many years. It was ultimately scrapped because it didn't make any money, was hard to collect, too subjective, and crushed economic expansion. Not many within council believed that economic activity would be impacted, and the council bean counters proudly showed that it would fund a variety of network development. Look, they said, Auckland is doing it, so let's do that. What an abject failure it was. It seriously distorted development, and many projects did not proceed or were deferred. My own commercial property company went into development hibernation as the cost imposed made no commercial sense, and we simply withdrew until it was rescinded. We will do the same again if it returns. However, there is a direct link I'm making with the CV rating proposal, and I tell you, do not be fooled into thinking ratepayers will not revolt. They will shut their wallets, organise ratepayers associations and install their own rational thinkers into council come the next election. Why? Because it has to be done to stop the endless pillage of defenceless property owners who are their friends, neighbours and relatives. Do you want your coastline littered with temporary accommodation and caravans rather than quality homes that create employment and are visually attractive? Quality attracts quality, just as graffiti attracts graffiti. I personally want a quality society, not one trending to tax evasion that spoils our natural environment. The FNDC should be striving to enhance economic activity, which in turn advances socio-economic benefit to all. It should be a case of a rising tide, economic uplift, raises all boats, not the FNDC standing in the way of property owners who fear massive rate bills if they develop an exceptional property. Finally, the council must take responsibility for its own budget and trim non-essential expenditure on the nice-to-haves and stop pillaging the ratepayers at the expense of the overall good of our community. Demand more from your executive and Far North Holdings, or liquidate some of its assets to boost the council's finances. I implore you, do not proceed with capital rating. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I'll now open the floor to my colleagues. Are there any questions of clarification from the submitted presentation? No? No questions at this time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Powerfully delivered. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thanks, and bye now.
Colleagues, the next person who wishes to present to us today is GE3, Claire Leakey, page 16 of your pack, and she has a PowerPoint presentation. Sound check, Claire, can you hear us?
I certainly can. Can you see my presentation?
We could, it's gone now, but we can see your beautiful face. Here we go.
I think I'm going to share the screen, is that right? Can you see that?
It's all good.
Yes.
You can see the submission that I'm making?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes, Claire. I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute to go.
Kia ora. Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa. We would like to thank you very, very much for giving us an opportunity to speak to our submission. And we have looked through your long-term plan quite in detail, and we are really, really happy that we believe that you have covered all the RMA principles, looking forward into the needs of future generations. In the fact that you're looking at healthy, safe, connected, sustainable, and resilient and vibrant communities by supporting and safeguarding the environment and our future generations. So thank you for that. With that perspective, we would like to speak to something we did not see in the long-term plan, and that was genetic modification. G3 New Zealand was very aware that the Far North District Council with Whangarei also really supported GMO-free regions. Not unfortunately, but we have been monitoring this GMO use for the last 3 or 4 years, and we have found that instead of supporting evidence to show that it is safe, it does appear that the more evidence that comes out, which I have presented in my submission, in our submission for G-Free, that there are actually more dangers, more off-target effects. So I will start with genome engineering, sometimes called gene editing. There are 3 types, and all of these use RNA, genetically modified enzymes, usually to cut the DNA of a strand. And it has been found in research that these are unpredictable and potentially dangerous. They are imprecise and have uncontrolled results. Where you see they are being cut, there are on-target and off-target side effects with unintended mutations, large deletions, and rearrangements of the insertions, especially around the CRISPR. This alters gene function, which these compositional changes, we have no idea because no GMO has actually been studied in a laboratory or in a clinical test for its toxicity or allergenicity. But as you saw in the myths that on the page that I have presented, that is a very detailed experience of that. The next thing is dsRNA herbicides. The dsRNA that is inserted into this herbicide is actually genetically modified. And as you will see in the Romas and Widmer assessing the risks of dsRNA, non-target arthropod species could directly be exposed. And there's a little picture on this PowerPoint, just how when you spray the product, the natural enemies as well as the beneficial insects get covered in the spray. The spray penetrates the body wall because a lot of the arthropods especially have their breathing apparatus on their bodies. They take it up. Nobody knows. Well, we do know that it does cause adverse effects on the arthropods, but it also, on the natural community, it is also disrupting their biological function. So in looking at the safeguarding of the environment, we do have native bees and native wetters. We also have bumblebees, which are big pollinators, as well as our honeybees. And as you'll be aware, Japan has just returned a shipment of honey because glyphosate, which is a pesticide greatly used in our farming environment, was above the recommended levels. The other thing too, and I've just received this morning a paper that I was trying to get to you earlier, but it's only been published literally yesterday. And Dr. Schultz has just sent me the paper, and he said I could present it to you. I've sent it by email, but hopefully you will be able to see it, and I'd like to table that now. This is called Applied Pesticide Toxicity, which shifts towards plants and invertebrates, even in GM crops. And their results challenge the claims that there had been a decrease in the environmental impacts of pesticide use. They found that more and more of our crops are being sprayed because they're made genetically modified with more and more tolerance to herbicides or contain insecticides. They are becoming more and more toxic to our aquatic invertebrates and pollinators. So as you see, we've got a lot of native little fish, eels, inaka, and all of that. And we have to be very, very careful that the toxicity that we are increasingly using is not affecting our native species. And that is part of the RMA as well. Most of these, the normal sprays of glyphosate, glufosinate ammonium, dicamba, 2,4-D, which are used on crops, specifically GM crops, as they become more and more resistant to other herbicides. We are now getting topical use of pyrethroids and nicotinoids, which are coating on the seeds, and they are systemic. And I think we all have heard about the danger of nicotinoids on our bees. Increasingly, the applied toxicity to our aquatic invertebrates and pollinators in genetically modified corn and terrestrial plants herbicide tolerant has been increasing significantly since 2010. Now, here is just a little picture for everybody to be aware of. Here is a combine, and it is cutting corn. However, the growth at the back of the corn is not super GM massive corn. It's actually herbicide-resistant amaranth and weeds. So the weeds are now outcompeting the corn, creating incredible damage to the yields of the crops. Around the world, 71% of the GE field crops are infested with what they are calling those super weeds, and they are resistant now to 37 different herbicides, this has been updated to I did send you some stuff from the Union of Concerned Scientists, and it was 70 million in 2030. It has now risen with money to 100 million. So we are seeing an increase rather than a decrease of herbicide-resistant weeds, even though more and more of our genetically modified crop plants are being engineered with more and more pesticides. It does not work. However, we have to look at a solution to this, and we believe that the look within our communities, it would be really great if the Far North District Council also gave a directive towards regenerative organic agriculture. Rodale Institute just this...
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Yeah, okay, I'm just finishing. Just if you could look at the Rodale stuff on regenerative agriculture. And in summary, the long-term risks to our native flora and fauna. There are financial risks to council that are unacceptable. The economic risks to farmers are unacceptable, and the environmental risks are unacceptable. So GFRI Aotearoa New Zealand requests that the Far North District Council, in its 2021 to 31 long-term plan, place precautionary provisions to the land use of GMOs, and also budgets funds to ensure the Far North Council participation in the Inter-Council Working Party on GMO risk evaluation and management options. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Ms. Bleckley, for your presentation. It was well delivered and almost spot on time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That in their deliberations. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yes, and the same to you, and thank you.
Who's controlling the team?
Dolly.
Anita Dickey? Anita, hello, sound check. Can you
Kia ora.
Excellent. Ms. Dickey's presentation is 102 of your pack. You have 10 minutes. We're in your hands when you're ready.
Thank you. So I'm Anika Dickey, a trustee and the chairman of our Keri Keri Community Charitable Trust. The main part of my presentation today is around the Keri Keri CBD bypass, or what now is commonly known as possibly the second main road. This bypass has been a proposal way back in 1995 when it first was discussed as being the most viable option, and ever since then has always been one of the most viable options, and that was 26 years ago. In 1998, a master plan was created for Keri Keri, which I got my hands on a few months ago, which was a fantastic plan, which has been unfortunately shelved. In 2005, Council undertook a study, Keri Keri Traffic Strategy Study, which stated we were heading for a potentially chaotic situation of congestion and that we needed to invest 24 million over 10 years into roading improvements. And this was on top of the heritage bypass. In 2006, a one-way traffic system was introduced as a temporary measure to reprieve congestion, while longer-term initiatives were being designed. That one-way system certainly worked. I remember when it was implemented, I immediately saw a reduction in congestion. However, that was only to be temporary, and it was a tinkering around the edges because more permanent options needed to be considered, and the one most viable one was the bypass or the ring road around the central commercial area. Final decisions for this route were meant to be done by late 2008, and predictions at that point were that Keri Keri would be gridlocked by 2018. So we feel that was pretty on point, maybe a couple of years out, possibly because of the GFC, but we're certainly seeing the gridlock now. In 2007, a couple of years later, another plan, Keri Keri Waipapa structure plan, was created. This was extensive involvement from the community, I believe, large investment into that report. That again predicted that population growth in Keri Keri Waipapa would be around just under 15,000 by 2021. So that's pretty spot on with our calculations. And there was evidence back then that the infrastructure was near capacity, and that included traffic congestion. However, that structure plan was shelved. From our Keri Keri's consultation work we did in 2019, everything in that structure plan from back in 2007 was still relevant. It was still on point. It was valid. It was needed. And so it had longevity. And if you haven't read it, because obviously councillors do change and staff do change, I strongly recommend you do read it. In 2010, a new roundabout was installed by Countdown, Keri Keri Road, Butler Road corner. This roundabout was designed knowing the ring road bypass on the cards, as it had been on the cards for quite some time. 2013, Council engaged consultants to prepare another plan, and this report showed that that roundabout was inadequate for the bypass. 2018, 3 roads were put into the draft long-term plan: the bypass road, the southeastern bypass, and the Waipapa to Keri Road, Kapito Road, link. 2 of those were removed, and they were replaced with another plan, an integrated transport strategy, and the bypass was pushed out further. Now in the draft 2021 long-term plan, we can't see the bypass anywhere. This new integrated transport plan that was developed, we were part of it, we came to some of the workshops, recommended another plan, this one called the Keri Keri Strategic Network Plan. So you can probably see where I'm going with this. It seems to me, coming from the outside, that we have a lot of plans. And this is one of the challenges, I suppose, with an election cycle. New groups of councillors come in, plans get shelved or canned, new plans or new aspirations for better plans begin. But these take 3 to 6 years probably, and by then councillors change, staff change, and we start again. All the while property prices going up, costs skyrocketing. So you can probably see it from our perspective. You know, resources, I know, are always a juggle, but it is really frustrating. We're very glad that council have had the forethought and purchased, or the foresight and purchased strategic land along the bypass. But if we just keep creating plans and not without action, they're not really plans, they're just speeches. We believe aspirational growth is admirable, and we can see that with council, that you work really hard and you are working really hard to generate and create opportunities for other towns to grow. And we absolutely respect and admire this. However, we need to consider actual growth as well. That cannot be ignored, and I hope that aspirational growth will pay off. Keri Keri has been and is predicted to continue to be the fastest growing area in the north, and we are now for most days gridlocked. bar probably Sunday. Even Saturdays now are gridlocked with the markets, which is fantastic opportunities. But we have these huge potential developments on the cards, including Arvida, which obviously has started. We've got the Bing property. We've got farmland between Keri Keri and Waipapa. We've got Blue Penguin development. I think there's 30 plus houses in the resource consent application. We can see on Keri Keri Road, both sides of it, having development either being looked at or scoped. And this the second main street or bypass or CBD bypass, we know is not going to fix all of that. But the probability is, even after another plan, that ring road will always be there as a viable option in every plan, as it has been for the last 26 years. And this isn't just about congestion. We want our CBD back. We want it designed for people. We want the gridlock removed. We want to enjoy our space. We want to stop inhaling significant pollution and our view being cars backed up all day. We want our CBD to be what everyone's wanted for the last 26 years. And we ask that you fight for our town to finally make this happen. And you can see from our submission the 85% support from the community for this. So sorry about my big ramble about the bypass, because that's only a very small part of obviously your long-term plan. I've just got a couple of smaller short matters, and that's around the alternative modes of transport. Obviously vehicles are not our only transport modes that we should have. Even back to 2007 in the structure plan, and it was reiterated through our consultation, is that we want and we need alternative modes of transport. We appreciate the need to invest in tourism, recreational cycleways. However, our community doesn't have the basic ability to get around without being in a vehicle. Priority should be placed on ensuring our streets are safe for alternative modes of transport. This includes our footpaths, whether our bikes are on shared paths or whether our bikes should be on the roads and protected cycle lanes. Currently, we really don't have either. We have some shared cycle lanes unprotected in 80 kilometre speed limit areas, and I wouldn't allow my 9-year-old child to be cycling on the road. Development contributions is another one. We strongly believe that the development contributions should be brought back in. We find it surprising that they still haven't been brought back in yet. They were meant to be reintroduced in 2018, and we haven't seen anywhere to say that they will be in the long-term plan. So we strongly believe they should be brought back in. We are underinvested in infrastructure, and we need help. Change to the rating system. I think Vince Buxton, one of our trustees, has spoken on this, but according to the survey as well, we are against changing it to capital value. So in summary, we need you, particularly our local councillors, to fight for Keri Keri. If we grow, the whole Northland will benefit. We don't want towns to suffer or be ignored because of our only focus being on Keri Keri. That is not what we're asking. What we are asking is that you consider the history, you take heed of the predictions for the future, and you act accordingly. Aspirational growth is not actual growth, and we need to consider both and invest in both. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one very quick question.
Yes.
Thank you, Anissa. It's Councillor Stratford. You didn't get to the point about the sports hub funding, but it's in your submission around us not having any funding the further the LTP goes out. Do you expect Council to fund the full cost of the sports complex, or are you envisaging other funding avenues?
I believe Jamie, one of the trustees of our Keri Keri, will be speaking. Her passion and focus for our Keri Keri has been in the sports area, so I would suspect she will be talking about that. But it is really around having a funding strategy. You know, we don't expect council to fund that project. I don't think you have been able to do that for any of the regions. You know, I've followed Kaitaia, and I think that's fantastic what's happened, and we would expect the same thing. But a funding strategy as to how we're going to get there, I think, is really important.
Thank you.
No
Thank you very much for your submission, Anika, and we will take all those matters on board during deliberations.
No problems. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Colleagues, the next one on your run sheet for today is a no-show. Rod, I have you down for 1:30. Does that tally with where you...
1:30, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm now going to adjourn for lunch, and I will see you all here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 6:30. coming.
Right, so
Right, apologies, I've gone 5 minutes late, so I've checked my timekeeping. So, colleagues, the next one up is Vision Keri Keri, which appears at page 89 of your agenda, and there's a tabled one in front of you.
and we have a slideshow. Joe will run right now.
Just a polite reminder again, we are live streaming and there are a number of people watching us remotely via Teams.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Thank you very much for listening to us today. We've got a very lengthy submission, which I'm sure you've read. I'm only going to talk about a single aspect of it today. It's the CBD and bypass. I've only got 10 minutes and I'm going to spend my entire time on that. Thank you. I'm sorry, the things...
Touchy. Yeah, it's touchy. You've just got to lightly tap.
Oh, it's very sensitive. Yeah, okay.
Take one forward.
Okay. Can you take that time off? Thank you. 3 or 4 minutes off this slide. Okay. Okay, Keri Keri CBD and a bypass. If you want to call it a second parallel main street or ring road, that's okay with me. I'm going to use the word bypass. You'll see why later on. Yet again, this LTP, 3 years on from the last one, doesn't include a Keri Keri CBD bypass. The Regional Land Transport Plan 21 to 27 does include 1.3 million for a Keri Keri Strategic Roading Network Plan in 21-24. But this requires funding approval. It is not necessarily in the Land Transport Plan. In any event, we do know that the Land Transport Agency is short of money. So there's no guarantee that that's going to get in there. But even so, that 1.3 million is for 3 years. That will only be investigations, fees, and so on to get some proposals going. If anything works, if we get anything out of that, roads will happen sometime after 2024, sometime after 27 when the current Regional Land Transport Plan ends, or sometime after 2031, which is where your current long-term plan ends. It's a neither at the moment. But maybe there is a bypass in the strategic plan. Maybe there is, and we submitted on it, and we hope so. And if so, there'll be a 69% subsidy, so that'll be really good. But we don't need to, or we don't want to wait till 2031 for an investigation or an action on the bypass. Keri Keri Road, the diagonal going through the middle, in 1939 had a population of 500. There were probably about 2 Bedford trucks a day going up the road and 3 or 4 horses and carts. That was in 1939. But today, we have about 16,000 people. 11,000 vehicles a day are going through the roundabout at the end of Main Street. And much of it's going through Main Street, not all of it, much of it's going through it. That's a fairly typical scene, that number of vehicles in a row. School is out, buses and cars, especially around about 3:30 every day. There's nothing in the long-term plan about cycling to get some of the kids to school by walking or cycling instead of by vehicle, taking traffic off the road. The bypass or second man road, it's a critical planning factor. The temporary, since 2006, one-way system forces all southbound traffic through the main street. I'll see if I can get this thing to go. See the red arrow there? All traffic southbound goes down that route. Northbound traffic goes up the black line on the one-way system. The CBD bypass we're talking about is the blue line. If we can go down Butler Road, across the area, the land you've just bought, which is called the Tile Warehouse, and we'd come out at Clark Road where there's another roundabout. That is a bypass. It's only 500 metres long, 250 metres is formed road. Don't have to do anything. And the council owns the land. You bought it. And it's a precursor to a pedestrian-friendly Main Street design. Without it, we can't improve our township. We really want our township back. Cars own our town. Actually, we think we own it, but we can't get hold of it. Now, I'm talking about pedestrian-friendly retail. These are examples of Fort Street in Auckland. Before and after, they got cars, their passage through the street modified. There it is in Napier. This happens throughout the world. Elliott Street in Auckland before and after. Incidentally, if you see the bottom one there, the Elliott Street retailers had a real moan about that, but their retail traffic went up 10% when pedestrians took charge of their street. Here we have O'Connell Street in Auckland. But why is the bypass a big deal? Well, we don't have a grid road system. That's actually the problem we have. It's a historic problem. Our main street is dominated by vehicles directed through it by the one-way system. They have to go through it. They're made to go through it. CBD should be a space for our well-being and our social interconnectivity, not dodging traffic when we're trying to cross the road. It's about safety and facilitating pedestrians and social connectivity. And a bypass will remove most of the cars from it most of the time. No, not all the cars. Cars can still go through it. And it's all about urban design. Now, I want to explain the bypass to you because I'm not sure that everyone in the council actually understands what it's about, or the council staff. A coronary bypass surgery restores the blood flow by redirecting the flow of blood around a blocked section of artery in your heart. Now, bypass in our town would restore the traffic flow by redirecting traffic flow from a road section, which is almost constantly blocking the heart of Keri Keri. Basically, we've got an artery which is clogged, and we'd like it unblocked. The community view. So a bypass to us, it's not just a road. To the engineers, it's just a road. To us, it's more than a road. We've evolved in an ad hoc, unplanned way. We've had a structure plan since 2007. Largely ignored by council for 14 years, and there were plans before that. And it's still valid for CBD. It's still valid. It hasn't changed. It's no longer, it still will do the job. It's a precinct plan and it needs vehicle minimisation in the main street to make it happen. And our Keri Keri, and you've just heard that from Annika just before lunch, they've actually confirmed our views. It's not just Vision Keri Keri's 2007 out of date views. They've consulted with 1,200 people and they say it's their top priority. And the council, you actually, in past council, had the wisdom to buy the land. You must have intended to do it, so why don't we do it? Now, the FN 2100 plan, it's got lots of fine words in it, lots of them. Page 25 and 26 are very instructive. It's about putting well-being of communities and people first, developing and enhancing social connectivity and well-being measures, taking stocks of plans of community groups, that's us, we've got plans and we're a community group, developing and implementing a placemaking policy with well-being principles and applying the placemaking policy to spatial plans. Well, we have the idea of a spatial plan. We'd like to actually develop, get cars out of our town and have a pedestrian-free environment. But your council actions are not well aligned with these 5 words in this long-term plan. There is nothing in it about this. And the National Policy Statement on Urban Development seeks to drive more efficient and livable urban forms and providing health benefits. But the air pollution, the city peak congestion is not known to us. In other words, the people sitting at the cafes on the roadside, are they getting a little bit extra in their coffee? We actually don't know, but what I have distributed on your tables is a whole lot of references about air pollution and emissions. And they may or may not affect us, but it would be worth testing. We suspect there's amount of traffic going through that main street at coffee time might be interesting if people knew what was in their coffee. But how would a bypass fit in with the Keri Keri strategic road network plan? You might argue you can't do this with a road, you don't know the big picture yet. That's a common complaint from the engineers. But the bypass is actually part of Keri Keri's road network. And fixing it now doesn't limit the future. It fixes part of the future, but it doesn't now. It will always be part of any future road system we can visit. Let's do it now. Are the roundabouts inadequate? They probably are. But if they are inadequate, they've been inadequate for 16 years. They've been taking traffic through the town, trucks, buses and vehicles for 16 years.
1 minute.
If we're going to fix them, it should be a separate study. And let's do that. And what we want in the LTP is a project for a two-way CBD bypass. We'd like a spatial and place-making plan for CPT, which captures the principles we expressed in the structure plan, our Keri Keri public consultation, and the 2100 plan. It's all been stated. We know what we would like, and we'd like to work in partnership with you. Don't be scared of us. We won't bite you, and we'd like to work with you very much. Now, what about funding? I know the council's short of a lot of dough, and there are pressing priorities. Council owns the land. We may get a subsidy if the LTA funding is available. If not, borrow now. Interest rates are low. Invest in improving traffic circulation, and we'll get an economic and a social benefit. Or consider, after consultation, targeted rate. Previous Main Street rate was $9 for 10 years for putting the palm trees in. I'm sure it'd be more than $9, but I think that if we told the Keri Keri community, a targeted rate would be accepted.
Time.
And it's a combination of both.
Sorry, time.
Okay.
Do you have more slides?
I've got one more slide. It's a real quick one. I said I didn't talk about this, but there are other things in the integrated.
Okay, we're just going to have to read that.
Okay.
It would be without fear or favour and treat everybody the same. So I'm going to put time on that.
So there's some other things which are about planning, and they're not in there.
Yep.
We need a wider vision, please, and our long-term plan doesn't have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, Rod.
How are you?
The next presenter on your order paper for today is Joe Lumpong. Now, she's not going to be here today, but you're going to present for this
Thank you
one?
for this possibility, but I have not received an outlay of what Joe wanted to say. What I can say at this moment is she has worked very hard on visionary ideas for the domain. It is supported by our Keri Keri by approximately 1,200 people who have been asked. And we are all a little bit sad that all of these ideas, the ideas of stakeholders, have not been looked at very much. And they have not been looked at as much as they would deserve, probably. That's all I can say for this moment.
Thank you. I can give you an assurance that all of my colleagues and myself, we will be reading the submission. So thank you for that. The next one we have on our agenda is Rolf from the Carbon Neutral Trust, and that appears on page 267 of your agenda.
Lots of
10 minutes when you're ready.
Right. Thank you very much. My name is Rolf, as you may know. I've been living in Keri Keri for 20 years, and I'm a trustee and vice chair of the Carbon Neutral Trust. Our written submission is quite detailed and has numerous points along the draft LTP, so I'll focus only on a few. Our main focus is obviously climate change. We completely support Vision Keri Keri's submission and the excellent submission you have just heard from our Keri Keri. And Lord Brown's presentation about the Keri Keri bypass. The traffic congestion in Keri Keri obviously results not only in a lot of wasted time, but also in unnecessary fuel consumption and therefore CO2 emissions, and also other harmful pollutants. Not only in a cup of coffee, as Rod stated, but everybody breathes the CO2, so not only drinking. We think that for Keri Keri, we need, same as in other places, safe walking and cycling opportunities. The stress is on safe, and they also need to be well connected. The tracks would help mitigation of traffic congestion and harmful emissions. Walking and biking need to become a norm for local mobility, especially for school children, but the tracks need to be safe and efficiently connected. They don't need to be running along roads, but they could possibly even connect the dead-end streets, which are all going to the artery roads. The effect will be better health, lower cost, better environment, and better climate. Invest now in such future-driven infrastructure urgently, not only in Keri Keri, but especially there to tackle the rapid growth. Otherwise, we'll be strangled. For that purpose, we strongly recommend to reintroduce the development contributions. Mark Evans' submission, which you have heard earlier, is excellent by asking not to change the capital rating system, but he was wrong in one place. He's obviously a developer. We need development contributions, and we have just talked to one of the potential developers for woodlands, the Bing property. He said, of course, we have to expect development fees. We actually calculate them already into our plans. If you want to negotiate afterwards with us, we don't know what we have to come up with, so we need to be able to know in advance. So it's a no-brainer to put those contributions back into the plan urgently. Council's carbon footprint. Council commissioned WSP to prepare a carbon inventory report to realize carbon footprint. Excellent. The report was presented in mid-2020, but the public has not been informed about it, neither about the results nor the recommendations. It's of utmost importance to show that Council is onto it. Our submission states that generally we feel there's a lack of information and consultation. We particularly have been trying to communicate and negotiate with Council all the time. The carbon inventory report also includes a recommendation that employees should be asked to use a future-fit calculator, carbon calculator, to calculate their own emissions so that they know what they're talking about. We have been proposing since 2.5 years the carbon calculator, which we developed ourselves, which in our opinion, as well as the climate action book, which I had just emailed to all of you a couple of days ago, that it's the most comprehensive, and it is also easy and not so inquisitive. The future fit calculator is asking for the household's total income as a first question. Can you imagine? Most people would just close it down immediately. We have been promoting Council's climate change team all the time to entice all staff to use our calculator and make it available also on the FNDC website. Unfortunately, our long discussions and negotiations resulted in nothing. Although I know that some of you have used the calculator already and have been praising us for it. We hope that this will change now. The WSP also recommends launching an employee e-bike purchase support system on page 22. That's very good, but again, the cycleways to use those e-bikes need to be safe. So, first topic. The LTP is missing something that is included in the 2100 plan. That is the section how we get there on page 12. We have stated before repeatedly that the next 10 years will be crucial to limit the greenhouse gas emissions. 2030 is a tipping point. If we don't get things right by then, we can forget about the next 70 years. Every decision Council makes during the next 10 years will need to be vetted against the effects of climate change. We cannot afford to lose any more time. And finally, I would just like to stress once again that we strongly oppose the change to the capital-based rating system because there's no evidence that it is fairer and simpler. The arguments have been already mentioned by several previous speakers. The earlier attempt by Wayne Brown as mayor was already not supported by the ratepayers, even though it was lengthy discussed. In your case now, there has been hardly any discussion about the rating systems and the pros and contras. So we are strongly in favor of option 1. Rating methodology remains unchanged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rolf. You've finished with plenty of time, so we've got room for questions if there are questions from my colleagues. No,
I'll ask a quick question. Thanks, Rolf. I've used your calculator, as probably some others have done as well. So if I understand correctly, you're saying that is already available online, but you're saying let us promote it as a group, i.e. council being us, on the website to say, and invite people to actually go and use it and just get an idea of their emissions. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think every council staff should be using it, and council itself should put it on the website so all the residents use it as well in order to see what is their footprint in order to see how they can reduce it. If you don't know what you have, you can't really reduce it.
Member Ward?
Madam Chair, just a correction on the order paper. It's stated as being on page 237. The written material, 267, the written material is actually on page 2, please.
Thank you, Rolf. There's no further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for the time, for the opportunity.
William Fuller, page 130.
I'll try and do it in 10 minutes, Kelly.
Thank you.
So I'm going to represent the Baylands Walkways Trust, and we're trying to get a shared pathway. Another time it's been called the cycleway, but changed it to a shared pathway. So most of the track is already in existence, and I'm going to run it through with you as I talk about it. Okay, so my background is I used to be the principal at Russell School, and since I retired, I've been volunteering around the place making tracks. So we've made a track from Tarpeka to Russell, and now we've made on private land, and now we've made another track up that goes kind of to Long Beach over public over Aquila's with Covenant Place, and this sort of will connect up with what we were trying to do. Okay, so these pictures are a little bit small, but it kind of shows you the sorts of ground that we're working with. I've already met with the infrastructure team and Kelly and Manuela a couple of weeks ago, and we spent about an hour and a quarter with them. So it's in my mind, it's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. They put it in a long-term plan for 2025, but I'd like it done by Christmas. Okay, and I mean Christmas this year, not Christmas 2025. Okay, there's been lots of other proposals with it. We're trying to get some money through the Provincial Growth Fund, but we'll get there. The way that our community at Russell works, we can get it done in 2 months if we were given permission to do it. Okay? So I've put the reasons that are in there, and most of the PGF people have seen all those reasons: the economic output, the productivity and growth, increased local employment, and improved transport infrastructure. Okay, but the reason what I wanted to really go on to is show you how it can be done. So this box here, in the blue, I've used Muster to poo. Thomas Muster owns the land above the transfer station in Russell, and we'll have to go onto his land, and then if you hook up, let's look at this map here. This starts at the Russell Wharf, okay, so they go along the road until you get to that first dot there, and go up the hill to Thomas Muster's land, and then coming down to the next dot is over the Department of District Council land, which goes down to the waste treatment station. There's already a drive through there. You guys have already given permission for an event to take place in November. There's something called One Woman, and there's over 300 women already registered to come to that. Okay, and I would like permission to make that a permanent thing. Okay, and then it comes down between 1 and 2 on that map is the current walkway that's already there, but I want to move it to the other side of the fence, which is on the District Council land. Okay, so this is the bigger picture of, this is Thomas Muster's, he's on this side of the fence and you guys are on that side of the fence. This driveway is already in there. It's about 800 metres that would have to be cut, and I'm sure I can get a volunteer to do it for nothing. Okay, a lot of this stuff can be done with working bees. When we have these working bees on these tracks we've made, we get 20, 25 people turning up at a time. Plant trees, put metal on the track and that sort of stuff. Okay, I'm not asking for, I don't even care if you don't give me money, I just want permission to go ahead and do it, okay? But the project's going to cost, I think, about $50,000, what I want to do. Okay, this is your council land. Okay, that's the second picture. That's how it looks currently. There's nothing wrong with walking on that and riding on that already. It's there. Oops. It just needs to be accessed. This is your land too. And I know you're going to say, oh, we can't. Sorry? Yeah, oh, okay. You're going to say, oh, we can't go there because it's poo ponds. Okay? I've been through poo ponds on the Taupo cycle trail, and they've just got a sign to say, I've got a picture of it here to show you the size of that guy. It just says keep with the track. Most of us are fenced off. Okay, there's the big high fence. You see it in that picture there. It's not going to be a problem. People that are cycling or walking, they're on a task. They're not there to stop and have a look. So this is where I wanted to jump fence. The current walkway's on this side of the fence. You guys are paid to cut full fences down, cut the trees that fall down, cut them up, then put the fence back up. I want to put it on that side of the fence, which is council land, and I want to get Russell Land Care involved and plant it out so we've got like a walkway, a corridor of trees, but not these wattles that keep falling down. This is where I want to divert slightly, and this is coming to number, this is stall number 2. So this bit here, if I can't get out on this land here, we'll go down here across the boardwalk, which is at Verity Bay. But I'd rather have the cyclists go out to there. I've got to check with whose person's land it is. But most of that, the kids at the Russell School would love coming in and just pushing the tea tree over. They'll just fall over, and there's already a road in there. It's an old road that it's been made when the diggers weren't allowed to go on the main roads. Maybe Shortlands made the road years ago. So that's that one. But this is already our walkway. Most of the walkway is on burns. Who's looking after it? The people that have it. So that sign there will have to be, that just popped up last week. I don't know who puts the signs up, but that'll be in the way of the cyclists. So instead of like that, it'll go parallel to the fence. and then we'll ask that landowner to maintain that part of the track. In my full submission, which I've got here that Kelly has got too, I've put down who I think would be the long-term maintenance people of the track, because there is all that in there. Okay. I don't know. Somebody started clearing this. I don't know who started clearing this, but that's just past the oyster farm. You know the Russell area. That's number 3. We're in section number 3 now. Okay. And guys, do you know the track where that beautiful boardwalk is over the? I don't want them going on that boardwalk. It's not wide enough for cyclists and pedestrians. I want a parallel one along the road, and most of it's like this. Or it's where the council or somebody has sprayed it all, and then the power people will come along and cut it all. So it's all underneath the power lines. So it's going to be a good advantage for the power company too, because no trees are going to be growing up in the future there. And also, this makes a loop for those people that live in a Runga Bay, or if they stay at the motor camp, because they can go on the boardwalk that's currently there and come back on this new shared walkway, cycleway. That's a similar sort of thing. That's where they've cut the trees down, and once that's cleared, it's going to be nice food. I've got to do consultation more with that, because that's actually part of the Hearst Reserve, but nobody's looked after it. I've had preliminary meetings with Marty from DOC, and he made the timber trail down the Central North Island, and he doesn't see any problems with it, but there's a process to go through. So I'm very realistic. I won't get done by Christmas, but yeah, I'd like to. This is where it would come out to the road. So I'll go back to my presentation. So we've done, on this one, we've done the muster to poo, which is council, the poo to style, and then we went to the Irrity style to the oyster farm, and now we're oyster farm to the Hearst Reserve. So that's by the motor camp. So there's 700 metres of track that needs to be made there. And then number 5, which is the Hearst Reserve to the park and walk. That's where you would come out of the park and walk, and that's already on an existing walkway. But of course, we need to trim some of the trees a bit higher. It's okay for the walkers, but it's no good for the cyclists. So the heads chopped off. Okay, and then number 6, park and walk to Te Wahapu. That's sort of the type of thing now, and this is where we're going to have to start either getting something like sand, little lots in. Okay, I'll base my prices.
You've got 1 minute left.
Okay, I'll base my prices. I'll jump on to construction costs there and there. I'll base my prices on what's taken to do the Tāwhika track and the one at over Thomas Mosters. So the construction of the track is about 35,000. Metal, it's a lot dearer to get to Russell now because it's got to come from this side, it's about 5,000. Signs, about 3,000, and I've got a contingency about 7,000. Okay, I would like it to become a community project, but I just want the permission to be able to do it. And I'm prepared to come back any other time to talk to 1 person or 3 person. I'm going to the community board next. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. We're out of time for questions, but
okay.
I want to sincerely thank you for coming all this way to make a presentation. It was very well made, and I'm sure a number of councillors will look up when you go to the community board. They'll have a bit more time to engage with you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Jenny Reid. Yep. Page 130 of your pack. Before you start, I just want to let you know that we are live streaming.
Yes, I've been
and that
told,
there are a number of people up here, you can see them, that are watching us remotely via Team. You can't actually see their beautiful faces, but that's all the people that are.
I don't know any of those people.
Zooming in and watching us.
That's fine. Okay. It's very warm in here. You must be stuffing. And it's this time of day where everybody wants their nana nap, so I'm hoping I can keep you all awake.
We refer to them as power naps, not nanas.
Well, we're nanas. We're nanas.
We're in your hand, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, rightio. So my introduction is, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to talk about our submission on the Council Long-Term Plan. My name is Jenny Reid, and I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the South Hokianga War Memorial Hall, which is also known as the Open Only Hall. Okay, come to me is my fellow committee member, Diane Junior.
I'm not going to talk about the actual content of our submission today, as this was self-explanatory with the photos and descriptions included with our written submission. What we're going to talk about are the reasons behind our submission so you can all understand where we're coming from. But before I start on the long-term plan, some background to the hall. The South Hokianga War Memorial Hall was built by returned service personnel in 1956 after World War II with the help of the local community. Ownership was passed to the Hokianga County Council shortly after in order to access a government grant only available to councils. The Opunoni Hall services the South Hokianga community with a population of approximately 4,000 people. Since the hall was constructed 65 years ago, it has hosted countless hui, provided space for community groups, organisations and local government engagements, such as regular Far North District Council meetings. It's also accommodated hundreds of weddings, funerals, unveilings and regular fundraising events. Right, on the Far North District Council long-term plan. The long-term plan itself includes detailed costings, although these were not published along with the long-term plan, so we have not actually seen a copy of these costings. We've been told by the Far North District Council Asset Manager, Jeanette England, what is proposed for the council spending on the hall over the next 10 years. However, to put this into context, we need to go back to the 2017 a long-term plan, where a sum was allocated to the hall for maintenance and capital expenditure. We do not know the exact amount of this, but what we do know is included in this was some $240,000 allocated for the roof repairs. We suspect that the total amount that was allocated to the hall for spending during 2020-2021 year was some $800,000. We understand from the asset manager that under the 2021 10-year plan, $840,000 has been deferred until 2024-25 year 4, with an additional $909,000 deferred until 2025-26 year 5. The Far North District Council is responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the exterior of the hall. The elected Opunoni Hall Committee is responsible for the maintenance, safety and upkeep of the interior. However, due to the age of the hall, which is 65 years old, many of the service areas are now requiring refurbishment. The Hall Committee has been applying for funding to repair or replace the minor items, although up to this stage we have been unsuccessful with the exception of $5,000 grant from the Community Board for replacement chairs and $1,000 also from the Community Board as a contribution towards a hall sign. The Hall Committee are unable to raise the amounts required to undertake the capital items as listed in our written submission, and we were counting on the monies allocated under the long-term plan and or the accumulated depreciation would be available to commence these capital and major maintenance items. Conclusion. In the opinion of the Hall Committee and after informal consultations with local tradespeople, we estimate for budgeting purposes that approximately $600,000 would be required to undertake the work as listed in our submission. We respectively request that the monies originally allocated under the 2017 long-term plan for 2020-2021 are not moved as proposed to 2024-25. Instead, be made available to commence the upgrades of the hall as detailed in our written submission. The Opunoni Hall is a true asset to the community as it serves a wide range of purposes and a large cross-section of the Opunoni population in the wider Hokianga community. The Hall Committee want to be able to provide a space that meets safety requirements, is accessible, and one that the community is proud to call their own. We need to make sure that the Opunoni Hall is a safe, healthy, fit-for-purpose facility ready to serve the community for decades to come. And before I finish, I would like to add some information of the unpaid volunteers who run this hall. The Chairman, Dave Adams, has worked tirelessly to improve the status of this facility. He has instigated the quarterly community newsletter, installed a new notice board and jumped through hoops getting permissions to build an outside lit signboard to inform all of the happenings within the hall. Thank you for the opportunity to present this oral submission in support of our written submission. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you. That was an excellent submission. We have time if there are questions from the floor. Member Ward?
Yes, hi. Have you submitted, as per the hall policy, to your community board with your use and occupancy and financials on an annual basis? Do you have an AGM?
We have an AGM, yes, and we have financials. We have, but we have not submitted those to the community board because they don't come to our meetings. We send them the minutes and such like. They've not requested them. We have submitted to council those requirements, but we're not.
That's fine if you've submitted
to
council.
The community board
that should go into the
more proactive with the hall. We've tried to engage them with things, but we've not really got anywhere. I believe Dave Adams, the chairman, has spoken to Alan about things, and he just said, "I'll go for it." This submission. So, you know, it's a Hokianga thing. We just go for it.
And do you have a community board member sitting on your committee?
Supposed to be, but don't come. You know, we invite them to come. We tell them when the meetings are, and they get the minutes of those meetings. So, which I believe is their job. So I don't want to go there, but there you go. It's only a term, isn't it, that they're in there. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not.
Yeah, the state. I'm looking at the roof there, and you're showing leaks, and I'm really concerned because the Koko Hall was one that had a leak, which resulted in a significant increase in costs. In fact, I don't know if it's still open yet. So, how bad is this leak? So the question is, how critical is this work?
Sorry?
How bad is this leak?
The leak has been repaired, but the whole roof after 65 years needs replacing. I put in an RFS recently for spouting, which was a hazard when we had a market the other day, and it was just pouring through this broken spouting, which I've got photos of it. I mean, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the money that was allocated in 2017 and before that. There's been no major expenditure. It's just patching, and that's not working. So, and you know, we've got a great, strong committee, volunteers, and we work to keep this hall going. And it's a beautiful hall. It's the biggest hall in the Hokianga, and it's a shame to let it go to ruin and with leaks or whatever. So.
Thank you very much for driving all this way today to present to council. On behalf of my colleagues, that is sincerely appreciated, and they will take your presentation into consideration when we undertake our deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Malcolm Simpson?
Yes.
So Malcolm, please come forward. For my colleagues, Malcolm's submission is on page 189 of your pack.
I'll just hand this out for you.
Thank you. Malcolm, you have 10 minutes and I will start the clock when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you for seeing. What I've done is I've just popped a few things down here on a paper so that I can read them out to you, get through it quickly, so any questions you have got of me, possibly we'll have enough time to answer them. Excuse my nervousness, this is my first council meeting. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I realise that I only have 10 minutes, blah, 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 doesn't matter. When my wife and I purchased our property about 3 years ago, I did not look at the rates, which I realise is particularly thick. But now I know why it took so long to find a buyer for our place. nobody else wanted to buy it when they saw the rates, I'm sure. If this increase goes through, my new rates bill will be in excess of $1,500 a year. Surely rates should reflect the cost that each owner should pay to sustain the services they are provided with. I used to own a small farm of 55 acres in Auckland with the rates of $3,500. My current property is worth far less, with only 8 acres of land, but the rates are $7,500 a year now, with a projected increase of up to $9,000 a year. Certainly the properties around me have higher rates as well, but nothing to compare with mine. Of the 3.3 hectares that I own, it's very small. This is made up of a driveway which four other properties use, but I pay the rates and maintenance on that area. The road into the 5 properties is sealed until it gets to my turn-off, and from there it's just a metal drive, simply because I can't afford to tar seal it or anything. The access road is approximately 5,000 square metres, which is 1.235 hectares, so is in fact over a third of my total land, which I pay rates on. With reasonable rates, within reason, rates should reflect, I believe, the cost that each landowner should pay to sustain the services that they are provided with. We provide our own water and our own sewage. I'm 72 years old and I've been off work for the last few years with a heart condition. The bank certainly won't loan me any more money, believe me, I have asked them. Some in Keri Keri are paying an average of $2,500 for their rates. I am paying at this stage $7,500 for the same, or less services than them. Obviously, my property might be worth more, baseball about people, whatever, but this much difference, hardly fair, and let's not forget the increase will make my rates to $9,000. I would simply ask you why. I don't understand, and I would love to have your comments.
Thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Simpson. The rules of engagement during submissions are that councillors listen. We don't engage in dialogue, so we can't have a conversation with you today. We just want to hear your views, but there may be questions of clarification. So, Councillor Stratford.
Hi, Mr. Simpson. Thank you for your submission. I just want to understand, so you've put a number of addresses in here, and which helps me because I'm then able to go look at the database. So which number are you? You don't have to give me your row because, you know, privacy reasons, but if you just... Not
worried about that. Our number is 65A.
Okay.
Because
one of the other properties was at $3,994 a year at the moment.
Right.
So I'm going to have to try and get my head around why.
This is what concerns me. Overall, all the properties are quite expensive, but some of them are worth a reasonable amount of money. But my own property, it does still seem to be out of kilter, totally.
All right.
As I said, I wish in fact, I wouldn't have bought the place. I wish I'd had the brains, but I didn't, to look at the rates before we bought it. And I didn't, so I'm now left with it. Yep. But as I pointed out, I can see why possibly it hadn't sold very quickly in the past. It was on the market for some time, and I believe, personally, that the rates could have contributed to that.
Thank you for your answer, and we'll take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification from my colleagues?
I did have one, but it was to be, is it lifestyle block? Is it a farm? Is it...
Yes, it's definitely only a lifestyle block. We've got 3 horses on it and 10 sheep. There's no way you can make any money out of anything less than 100 acres, but 8 acres is very much just a lifestyle block.
See what it is on the system, but we'll follow that through.
Thank you.
Zoning, yes.
Mr. Simpson, you did extremely well for a virgin appearing before council.
For a first time?
Yes, you've done extremely well. Good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would please urge the council to look at this. The unfairness of the whole situation is way out of control.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, mate. Thank you. Drive safe. Vivian, and I'm going to apologise if I pronounce this wrong. Keri?
It is Kazooie Kahane. Now, Irish heritage, and you know what the Irish are like.
You have 10 minutes to make your submission. If there's time at the end, my colleagues may ask you questions for clarification. I'll start the clock when you're ready.
I'll be quick. I appreciate that hopefully small rise in rates will be needed, but if we want the rates of income to keep increasing by encouraging growth, as is currently happening, we need to not price Northland rates too high or people will settle elsewhere. Now, I'm assuming that you all read my submission, and there was one other point that I wanted to make, and that was on point 5 in that long-term pamphlet that you managed to get hold of. And that was reduce the water and wastewater availability charge. On that point 5, it does nothing to encourage rainwater storage. Encouraging rainwater storage reduces needs for expansion of an already overused water supplies, including storage lakes, especially in dry times. In wet times, it also reduces, in some cases, less stormwater to deal with. You say you would like to be fairer in that long-term pamphlet. Please think of us pensioners with very little for extras and be fair to us by not bringing in any of those 7 points. And I'm a member of Grey Power, and we have a lot of members with time to research and vote or not vote for councillors, current councillors. So please don't make it hard for pensioners throughout Northland. Thank you. Any questions about?
Was indeed very short and to the point. Thank you for your submission. Questions and clarification from the floor?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next one, Councillor Smith. The next submission we have is David Bates, page 11.
Good afternoon. My name is David Bates. I moved my family to Keri Keri in 1978, and we own an orchard. The greater Keri Keri area has grown since we came here. For example, in 1978, Blue Gum Lane had 5 houses. Now it is nearer to 25 with 4 sections for sale. And that goes back to the good old days when they had the annual cattle drive from Kai down to Mareeba past the end of the road, which was quite a treat for a country boy, a city boy. Greater Keri Keri area is more than just a central business district. Our medical practice client numbers indicate around 16,500 patients. There are several recent large-scale developments in the inner Keri Keri area, such as the Cubs Farm, Quail Ridge, the Orchard Estate, with others underway. For example, Arvida, the Bing property, and new developments yet to be announced can be expected. And I'm picking quite a few, seeing some of the cleaning up going on along the sides of the roads. Council staff should have knowledge of the population numbers involved in that. The point to me is we are now facing a veritable tsunami of new residents moving into the greater Keri Keri area. For this reason, I or we support Visit Keri Keri's well-reasoned proposals and input to the council long-term plan as indeed it has been a plan that lacks any solution or firm proposals to mitigate or fix the one-way bypass initiated some 15 years ago in 2006. We're now in 2021 and the words long-term plan are gaining a new meaning, which I perceive to be a very, very long-term plan. Vision Keri Keri's proposal for funding the village bypass makes sense and we support it, including the targeted rate for the project. The population increases that I mentioned above tell me we need to do it now, not sometime in the future when our inner city area, our inner area, becomes completely gridlocked, which right now it actually gets close to several times a day, as shown by the photos that Keri Keri showed you earlier. New Zealand local and central government has an enthusiasm to creating needed infrastructure well after the need has become a problem and the construction costs have escalated. Ask yourselves, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to source it myself, ask yourself how much concrete costs have risen in the last 5 years. I would say they're more than treble. And the longer we delay these sort of projects, costs are just going to escalate. Yes, we know compliance costs resulting from the Resource Management Act account for 25% of total project costs, and we have absolutely no confidence in the proposed Resource Management Act changes resulting in any lower infrastructure or project costs, which doesn't bode well for the future. And I have to ask you as councillors, do you have any confidence in the Resource Management Act changes the central government is proposing and inflation reducing compliance and construction costs? So I have to ask, isn't it time we just got on with it? And I'm obviously referring to the central Keri Keri bypass plan. We just do need to get on with it. In recent years, central government has legislated improvements in a number of things: building standards, council planning and reporting, and a raft of other matters affecting local body responsibilities. Whenever I see these proposals being made, I look to see where the money's coming from and perceive central government to provide little or no financial input to our local councils to fund their proposals. Council's LTIP long-term plan indicates our home rates will increase over the next year alone by 18% and our orchard rates by 26%. So now I have got it figured out. Large ongoing rate increases are on the way. I suspect a central government will bear much of the blame, as it rightly should. Just want to touch very quickly on the central government 3 waters proposal. It's apparently based on Auckland's water care company, which can only be described as falling totally asleep at the wheel in recent years. To expect this organisation to ramp itself up to cover and manage water supplies from Auckland to Cape Reinga, along with an array of fixed charges where they don't even supply services to the householder being charged, will create an uproar. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and I'll be interested to see what will be forthcoming from this consultation process.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. That was an excellent submission and very well delivered. Questions from the floor. Councillor Clendon.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask what size your property is? You identify you've got two, like a home and a hall.
Yes, they're adjacent, about 8.5, 9 hectares. Yes. And not all of that orchard is productive either, the spare land. The house is on a bit under a hectare.
So 1 plus 8-ish.
Yeah. Yes.
Any other questions? Can I just get a point of clarification? So we've heard a lot this morning, people are concerned about their rates.
Yes.
A targeted rate would impose an additional cost over and above the rates as they currently sit. If we were to fund a CBD bypass without support from Waka Kotahi, is your submission in supporting that?
I'd like to see what the financial impact of that would be, but I'm getting to the stage of saying, look, let's just get on with it. If we don't, the congestion problems we have now will only escalate hugely, and I think you'll lose an awful lot of ratepayer support.
I see Councillor Vucic had his hand up.
One question, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask, and ran out of time, the previous submit on that subject was not so much along targeted rates, but I'm pleased to hear that, but I do wonder whether because if you look at all the cars that are coming in there, if we start charging for the parking and maybe putting in parking as they do in Auckland recently, I just got a big bill for parking in Auckland. And if that was then allocated specifically to sort out some of their problems, so it'd be effectively a form of targeted rate, would that be more palatable? I know you're saying let's get on with the targeted rate, but if you actually had cars paying towards the cost of their congestion.
I'm one of those miserable people called previous life of accountant. I'm just happy to see the figures first because I would be interested to know what the cost of installing the meters was, the collection of the revenue, etc. Just how big a benefit that would actually be. And maybe as ratepayers, we'd just be better off to pace up to getting on with the job and being able to use the centre of our town more effectively than we can at the moment. Or we would be able to under even more crowded conditions.
Thank you very much. We're now at our time, so no doubt there's a lot more conversation to be had in this space. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
June Hicks is not here, but Rob Brennan?
Yeah.
Rob Brennan, you're here.
Thank
you're not on our order paper today, so we're just going to take a minute to find your submission. I'll just let the ladies pass that out before I start the stop clock.
So it is submission with page.
Mr. Brennan, before we get started, I just want to let you know we are live streaming, so you are visible to anybody watching us on YouTube. And we've got a number of staff members whose names appear up there on the screen who are watching us remotely via Teams.
Okay.
So you have 10 minutes and I'll start the stop clock when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for giving me the platform. I speak to you today as a full youth farmer. Basically, I'm flabbergasted at a proposal that has been put forward in relation to my beef business. I've farmed in New Zealand for nearly 15 years now, and I have a beautiful property. It's 500 acres, and I love it very much. About 370 acres of that property is affected The rest of it is natural bush, rivers, etc. We care very much for it, and I am as environmental as I can possibly be in terms of looking after the land and farming. We currently, across our 3 titles, pay currently $25,714 in rates, which is quite a lot of money. Under the new proposal, our rates are going to go up by an average of 31%, which is an extraordinary increase when, in this day, we're told by the National Bank that our inflation rate is a little under 3%. So, you know, I sit back and think, my goodness, how do we justify this? Well, obviously, I've read your information, and I can see that you have openly admitted that the infrastructure within the Keri Keri area is rapidly falling behind the pace of population growth, etc. About 10 years ago, just after the GFC, I think you guys cancelled what was then the resource consent contribution program, which I can understand why you did it. You did it for stimulation of the economy at the time after the GFC, and everybody thought it was probably a good thing to do. And that took effect. But what has happened in the subsequent years is enormous development throughout Northland, particularly concentrated around the areas of Keri Keri, High Here, etc., which has put a huge amount of population into the area. And, you know, I can only assume, and I hope, assuming it doesn't make an arse of myself, but you are not collecting resource consent contributions from the various developments that you have approved. And there are some thousands of houses, I believe, on the cards now to be built in addition to what's already built. And of course, that's going to put direct a drain on the limited resources you have: water, sewage, roading, policing, schools, etc. So for me, logically, you would go back to a resource consent contribution program, because if I am Mr. and Mrs. Smith and I want to develop my garden into a house for my pension, well, if I have to pay a contribution to that to benefit from it, then I think that is reasonable. From my point of view, I'm a farm. I have limited resource to extract income from my farm. My land is not suitable to turn to horticulture. I cannot turn it to dairy. So I am limited in what I can do with it. And beef farming is a very, very good, productive use of that land. But beef prices are controlled internationally. We do not know what our revenue is going to be for the future years. But then I will happily open my accounts to you all. We, on average, make a roughly gross sale of the farm of around $200,000 to $250,000 a year. By the time I pay my rates, which are currently $25,000, I pay my fertilizer bill, I pay the insurance, the wear and tear, the running, depreciation, etc. We're left with a very modest living. You have proposed to put our rates up by 31% to $34,000. And that is only part of what you intend to claim over the next 10 years. If I do my maths on your figures, you're going to claim 10% of your intended take this year. So it's an increase of $8,000. So that means you're actually wanting to rate me at $80,000 in 10 years' time. So add to that the existing rate, I'm going to be paying $120,000 a year on a beef farm. If that's true, you are rating us off our land. You are putting us out of business. And I think that is extremely unjust as a beef farm. I appreciate you as a council have got to look at the wider community. You've got to raise funds. I pay a lot of tax. I pay a lot of indirect tax. We pay GST on everything we buy, etc., etc. That is a choice. And maybe that's what you should look towards as revenue collection scheme. Give public choice of what they want to spend their money on and tax it accordingly. But direct taxes like this are just simply going to push us out of business. I'd also like to say that I think the way that you've proposed this and put it to the public, because I'm part of a community, a farming community, many of them are completely bamboozled by what's going on and they don't understand. You know, I've got here the printout of your 2 websites that put forward the sample rate database, which is our existing system. Sorry, the new one, the new system that you're proposing, and then the rating information database. On none of these are a link to each other. So a lot of my friends have gone into their database and seen your rating information database and gone, oh, my rates are going to go up 6%. That's on the existing system that you're proposing. But actually, that's not true. You're going to put their rates up 30%, in many cases more. And they're not aware of that. And I think, I don't know, is that deliberate or is it just a miscommunication in the way it's been put to us as general public? But I just implore you all to say, you are looking at a rating system which is going to give relief to business. But my farm is a business. I am a business. Where is my relief? I'm going up 35% on a commodity price that in today's market is 24% down on where we were last year. The long-term future for beef is not going to look great. There aren't very many expensive restaurants open around the world due to a pandemic. So the demand for prime cuts is down. Therefore, what's our future? I don't know. But I do know that if you put the rates up in accordance with your plans to our farm, you are basically going to put us out of business. And I know a lot of local farmers similar to me, we're not big enough to handle such a large increase. We just don't have the diversity of products. We don't have any options available to us to account for such a large increase. I rest my case.
Thank you. That was an excellent submission and well delivered. Councillor Usage?
Yeah, quick question. Would you be happy to leave your address so Cheryl can actually check? Because we are going to look at some of these things.
Yeah,
I know as elected members that wasn't what we expected when we were saying, so it wasn't deliberate to answer your question. The other question is, yeah, so that's over 10% of your gross. So what is that on your earnings before income tax? Probably you don't have to tell me, but it's just yeah.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah.
And that's without compound. I mean, you know, if you're talking about taking, in your publicity, you've said that you want to take a 10% increase year on for the next 10 years. So if you've taken an 8,000 increase today, that's $80,000. So in 10 years' time, I'm going to be paying another $80,000 without the compound effect. I mean, forgive me, I don't know which business can handle that. Maybe dairy can because they're doing very, very well. And maybe the orchardists of the world can because they're doing very well. I don't know. I'm a beef farmer, but all I know is when I go into New World, I pay $33 a kilo for a bit of rump steak and $23 for a bit of minced beef. But I, as a farmer here, am getting $5 if I'm lucky on a carcass weight, where last year it was over $6. And our future is, you know, is not great. Now, I know that markets go up and markets go down. And maybe in 3 years' time, we'll have a good year and we'll be back to $6 or maybe $6.50. But we cannot handle that type of year-on-year compound increase. We have to turn our land into something else. The irony is the only thing we can do is build houses on it. And what's that going to do? Put more infrastructure costs and demand on what you're trying to solve. If you could all tell me what else to do with it, I'd be delighted to hear. Because I can't think of anything else to do with it. I can't grow trees because my land is covenanted that says I'm not allowed to grow trees. I don't want to grow trees. I want to look after my land environmentally and pass it down to my family. And I think that's a noble thing to do and something that I've worked extremely hard to do all my life. And you are going to take that away from me. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you. My colleague, Councillor Clinton, had a question.
Yeah, just briefly, I'm just interested in the infrastructure you require to run a beef operation. Obviously, I'll have a house and utility buildings, fencing, water reticulation.
Yeah.
What am I missing? What else is involved in running a successful?
We need access off the highway to get our stock trucks in and out. But you know, my farms run on stock units. You know, my farm roughly winters 120 cows. They calve every year, and then I run a couple of hundred Frisian bull calves through. I mean, these are just details, but not a lot. We need cattle yards. We need fencing. We need water, and we need to grow grass. And that's a dilemma at the moment, because to grow grass, you need to put fertilizer on it, and nobody wants to put fertilizer on these days. So, you know, and I actually try and only put organic-based fertilizers on my farm. I'm very much an environmentalist, and I wish I could not use sprays, but unfortunately, the British introduced gorse to this beautiful country. If anyone knows how to get rid of that. But yeah, so yeah, very minimal really. And for my $23,000 rates that I'm paying at the moment, what do I get? Well, I get schools for my kids, I get police force, I get roads, etc. And you know what? I'm happy to pay for that. I'll pay my bit. But you are putting us out of business with this proposed structure. Now, I speak selfishly as a beef farmer. I can't comment on other business.
I have to call it now, sorry.
By all means.
Everybody gets their time limit, and we've gone over time. Can I, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you sincerely for making your way over here today in this horrible weather and presenting. Cheryl here, this lovely lady on my right, is going to follow you outside and get your address.
Okay, great.
You can follow up on your specific rate.
That's great. It's a beautiful place to live. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, our next presenter is here. She'll be in the door in a minute, so I just ask you to stay in your seats, and then we may have time for a tea break. The next presenter is June Hicks. She is here. She's just outside.
She's not on my list. What's the mission?
June Hicks, 3 p.m. number page 132. And I do apologise. It's just been brought to my attention that if you're following us electronically, the page numbers are different. But she is ID 737.
Sorry, just to be clear, the next person is who? June?
June Hicks.
Sorry, page 132. She doesn't appear on the sheet.
Well, you guys got different sheets to me. This is the sheet that I've got. No, you've got a special sheet. Oh, I've got a special sheet, have I?
You've got a whole sheet.
No, not on the one that we received before today, John. Sorry.
Very, very special.
John, not that one, the one that we received before today. Isn't that?
You've got
By any chance? Not on the
with everyone, right? And those little bubbles up here on the screen are 6 of our colleagues, staff colleagues, who are watching us remotely via Teams. So there's a few more people than you have 10 minutes. If you don't use up your full 10 minutes, my colleagues may ask you questions at the end. I'm entirely in your hands. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Keri, and I'm representing the Broadwood Whanganui Wai area and other small communities that would like a little bit more consultation and openness and honesty from councils. That sounds really scary, but over the last 10, 11 years, we've been fighting to keep our swing bridge in Broadwood, and we want to retain it because it is on a historical site. It is at the moment in the hands of the council to demolish it and take it away. We as a community believe that it's actually the council's responsibility. They do own it. We have a paper from 2006 saying that they own it, and yet in 2021 I am still having to prove that they own it by showing that document. So that's one thing. We feel they had offered us $100,000 last year. What they didn't tell us was that money disappeared in December, and when I rang in January to ask if it was still there, they had promised that we could use it for whatever. I was told it was gone and it had already been given to another project. Now, I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know when new projects are delivered the money, so that's a query we have. We would like that 100,000 back, and we have put in a submission, and we found a person who would, or a firm who would build us a brand new bridge for 120,000, depending on what the council's charges are above that. But the council have told us it would cost 300,000. So again, we query what's the big difference and why so much money when we can get an estimate from people who have built a bridge for the council for so much less. We feel over the years from 2006, when we first got the agreement that the council did own the bridge and it was their responsibility, that they, and we also asked that they would consult with us when they came and sent contractors to work on the bridge, and that never happened. So I believe they have spent a lot of money on upgrading it, but often 3 days later it was closed again. So we're feeling that a lot of our rates have been wasted, and so we don't want that to happen again. So what we're asking for the council is, please will you put our new bridge or our repaired bridge into the long-term plan, but we don't actually want to wait 10 years. We would like that back this year, or at least in the next 3 years, because I believe after that it'll just be gone again. So that's what we've come today to ask for your help to put it into the long-term plan, and to, well, we feel we've been hard done by the council part. So I've given out some notes, and there's a lot more background in there to the bridge and why we wanted it. I believe it fits into the video that you put out this year on your road trip about the history and the economy. Every time the bridge has been closed, we haven't had the people coming. It was up in the airport in Auckland telling people to come north and cross our swing bridge, and that's gone. We had lots of plans for the other side of the swing bridge of walkways and doing a brochure to tell tourists and locals where to go and what to walk on. We've done a walkway through the bush. All of that's sort of gone until we get a bridge back, please. Our rates, I think in your proposal is to charge rural people for water and sewerage. You don't give us water and sewerage in the country. We pay for our own septic tanks to be cleaned, and the contractor pays you for getting rid of us. So we sort of feel that's unfair. All our water comes from
the man above and the rivers below. And so again, we feel that that would be unfair on rural communities to have to pay an extra charge. And if we do end up paying it, please can we have that money to spend in our communities, because we need it. We don't get a lot in the country of the rates, and I believe in our community, Broadwood, we pay quite a bit of rates. But again, that's not shown. We in Broadwood and Pangara and Paringa and Mirimiri and Keri Keri, we all come under kaukau. So it doesn't actually show, you know, there's no transparency on how much we're giving and how much is being spent of our money into our area. I think a lot of the notes will explain actually most of my submission. So if there's anything else anyone wants to ask. Sorry, I'm a bit funny because we had to pick up a young girl on the road that was having an episode of doing something on the way over and reported to the police and things. So we didn't need that today, but anyway, yeah. So if you've got any questions.
Thank you. That was a very good submission. And we've all had we're all quite friendly here, so don't be nervous. Questions from the floor?
Yeah, I have a question. Firstly, I don't believe we're being charged for water and sewage.
No, it's a proposal, I think, isn't it? That may, because one of our neighbours has got it on his rates at the moment, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
Right. Anyway, we'll see. Anyway, but the question I've got in terms of that, just make it clear again, that bridge was repaired by council staff, and then 3 days later you said it went all wavy and it's been closed ever since. Right. And you have a contractor who's willing to put it in for about 120k. You're just simply asking for it to be in this long-term plan. So that, and presumably that means you're wanting to use your contractor.
Sorry, I can echo in here from my hearing.
Sorry. So just to be clear, you're saying that put a figure in there and let the community build a bridge? Is that the question?
Well, the contractor has built a bridge for you in Otiri, around that area somewhere. So the council have used them, and he builds all the dock bridges and all the furniture. Yeah. So we're relying on his estimate. Yeah, I don't know, would there be council charges above what he would?
Well, they shouldn't be. No. Yeah. Okay, so that clarifies it. That with that money, you can then talk to him and get initiated.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the longer it's left, the more it's going to go up, isn't it, for his charges as well, probably. So, please.
Questions, Councillor Stratford?
Hi, Mrs. Hicks.
Hi.
I feel like it's deja vu. So the bridge hasn't been in use since you last came to us for the last LTP before then.
Yeah,
is that right?
That's right, 2018, yeah.
You're having to come back to us and repeat the community's aspirations because we haven't delivered on it during the last 3 years. Thank you.
Councillor Peters?
Thank you for this. You mentioned a few issues around roading. I just wonder how much impact have you had as a result of the Mangamuka Road being closed?
Oh, there's a lot of traffic coming through our way.
Sorry, we're only allowed to ask questions as related to your submission.
She talks about barriers, safety issues on that road.
Oh, you have, yeah.
Specifically talks about safety barriers along the road, and I'm thinking about the concerns about safety.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, a lot more traffic and very fast traffic, because I think they still think they're on the main road. Yeah, so it is a concern. Yeah.
Thank you. Member Ward? You had your hand up?
Oh, I was just going to ask previously, you mentioned marketing for your area through the airport, advertising purposes obviously hasn't been there, but in years gone by, do you have records of your visitor numbers, like film crossings? And
no, I don't actually. If you talk to our shopkeeper, he said he's getting inquiries all the time for it.
So it was considered, you know, a place of interest.
Yeah. I think there's quite a lot of people coming walking or biking over Whakahui Sarah were coming across the swing bridge and finding it closed, and yeah, because it's been advertised in the local tourist magazine and things too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, and I hope the rest of the day is uneventful.
Oh, well, maybe we were meant to be coming for that reason. Thank you all very much. So do we head back, or what happens next? I got a big pushing. So we will get some feedback from the council.
You will indeed.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I'm now going to call a 10-minute break so you can stretch your legs and have a cup of tea. Come on up, have a seat. My colleagues, it is submitter ID 699, and if you have a paper copy, it's page 140 in your agenda. Before you begin, I just need to let you know that we are live streaming, so you are currently live on YouTube, anybody who's watching remotely. And these bubbles up here all represent a colleague or a staff member who is watching us remotely via Teams. You have 10 minutes to make your submission. If you don't use your full 10 minutes, my colleagues may ask you questions at the end. Any questions? All right.
I have a question. If I want to use the whiteboard, can I do that?
There's one over here. Just somebody test the whiteboard marker here.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we're in your hands when you're ready.
My name is Craig Joyner. I'm representing the Rawene Sailing Trust and the Rawene Residents Association, and I'm dealing with maritime recreational facilities in Rawene, basically the Rawene waterfront. I'm going to speak for a little while, and then Renee will follow me. And then, because it all flows in, they're all facilities for wellness and wellbeing of the community, I'll be followed by Fiona and then Dylan. So we've got a total of 20 minutes to talk to you. It's 5 each. Okay, so I just want to launch in about, and you should have this up in front of you, the map of Rawene. And the area that we're concerned with is this area of Rawene waterfront along Glenda Esplanade, from Boatshed Cafe along to the in front of Glendon House in the reclaimed area. As the sailing club, the Rawene Sailing Trust, we operate school sailing during the week, and every Sunday at 1 o'clock, quite a big group of people come and sail. I'm going to I'll let Renee talk about the sailing club more. I just want to talk about what our dream would be and what we'd like to see. Glendon Esplanade itself has been in ship seal for the 30 years that I was in business. I'm retired now in that area on Glendon Esplanade. We had Boatshed Cafe. And the chip seal is just not fit for purpose. It needs to be sealed with hot mix asphalt, that smooth seal. The tar and chip and the heat of the sun just comes to bits. There's not enough traffic to properly compact it. Our boats are full of tar. Everybody's cars are full of tar, and Boatshed Cafe is full of tar for the 5 times that I worked there. So that's just the first bit. We'd love to see that. We'd love your help with that. Then we're all using one boat ramp, and there's quite a few groups of people. There's people fishing, there's people going fishing, and there's a lot of people with boats and trailers. And so it's a very congested area now in the weekends especially. The other 2 pictures I've got there, one is old Rawene, and really there's not a hell of a lot of change between Rawene 1930 or whatever this is to today, and we actually quite like that. We think that's brilliant. I mean, that's what's beautiful about Rawene. It's a heritage precinct. In this picture you can see that there was a building right where, by the boat ramp, where in this one there's a sort of a groin coming out into the water. So this was a building, and that's about the best blow-up I can do of it. We would like to recreate this building as a heritage building. We want to try and recreate it exactly as it was and use it for the sailing club. Not only for the sailing club, but for other members of the public, at least during daytime, you know, all fishing off it, all this type of thing. It becomes a recreational maritime facility. We're not asking you to fund it, but we are asking for your help with the whole project of making the Glendon Esplanade and Rawene waterfront area more suitable for purpose. The boat ramp. The current boat ramp is going to be done in 3 years, going to be replaced with a brand new boat ramp. It's up for that. It's from Whānau Holdings. And the pontoon wharf down at the end of town, I'm not really concerned with that. It's mainly used for commercial launches and the ferry and so on. It's not really our recreational area. It's mainly used by launches and things. But that is also up for next year for the pontoon to be replaced. So we are seeing some action, but we really would like your support with the idea. Now, I've had talks with Whānau Holdings about this. They were offering to help with the pile driving in July, but that's actually going to be too soon. We won't be ready, I don't think, by July. And also, Paul Maxwell who's the planner at the Regional Council, who would deal with this when we apply for consent for it. And I have been in talks with him about it. And it looks as if it's not a no, you can't. It's a yes, that's probably possible. So our next move is to get it to that consent stage, and then we know it's certainly going to happen. Now, I've probably talked enough, and that's probably my 5 minutes, I would imagine. So I'd like to introduce Renee. And
yes, thank you very much.
He's been, I'm quite new in the sailing club, I've only done a couple of years. He's been there all the way and helped establish it.
He's not so new. But now I've been here before in 2012 to ask for a community project to start for the sailing club, a building for boating facilities and a gym. And that has eventuated. We got enormous help from the council, especially to Mark Osborne and Sue Hodge and Sally McCauley. We pulled it off. I think we have a very reliable group of people who have been over the last 12 years, every Sunday sailing from 1 o'clock till 4 or 5 o'clock. And so quite an accomplishment. So I think we are a reliable group who deliver what we promise. Why am I talking here now is that we want to have a change of the facility. We are the only sailing club who is actually not on the water. And I want to show you that. So at the moment, this is the very beautiful esplanade. Yeah, I hope you're listening. This is quite important. And here's the ablation block. It is the recreational area which the sailing trust has the lease for. And at the moment, the building we have is here. The building is 24 by 7.5 meters. Nice big building. Half of it is occupied by the sailing. Half of it is at the moment by the gym. Now the gym is so ridiculously popular that this space of 9 meters by 7.5 is far too small. And they need absolutely 2 of these size buildings. Yeah. Now if here's the rounding wharf or the ramp, the boat ramp, it's 1K driving there. So every Sunday and every Thursday we drive or half of the boats over there, and the inflatables playing back. Oh, I forgot the life jacket. Oh, I have to get the life jackets there. And we're not getting younger. So we want actually, our idea is to be on the water like every sailing club, and what you would expect as well as being normal. So here's what we can offer to the problems of the gym club as well. They're looking for space. And everybody knows that if you have a gym club, you need space for different groups. At the moment, this is full with equipment. And you will see that I have 2 hats, one hat for the sailing club, one hat for the gym club, because it's a community project. We're all trying to be together and make it work. The 3 parts at the moment at the recreational area. That is the gym club, that is the sailing club, and that's Rob Pink with his horses. You probably all know about what he does for the kids in the Okiana. So we have this thing. We are happy to give this up if we can establish a shed there and it can move over to the water. That would make us really happy. I mean, it's not a or if we would continue, of course, if we not are able to get on the ramp or make a shed for the sailing club will stay there. Yeah, but then it means that the gym club needs to be building 2 essential buildings on the recreation area to be functional, to be able to have hold classes, to invite people to Zumba, to whatever it needs these days. And our idea is not a gym exactly how the Keri Keri community gym is. Yeah? That's why we call this well community gym. You cannot trust who does it, and they will talk about it. But I will want to talk about our project here. So if we go away, then this can go away, and the gym club can make a similar building on the other side. The problem here we built here's where Rob Pink is at the moment. So we were having talked with Rob Pink to make a place for him here with his horses, and build a shed as well, sort of a corral shed for Rob. His problem with Rob is that it's not a club, it's not a charitable trust, he doesn't have members, so he can't actually ask for funding. He can only ask for small funding from pop charity for maybe $2,000, $3,000 every time. Yeah, but what we can offer him is to ask funding under our umbrella, under the same trust umbrella or regime, because we're trying to be all together. And the last thing I want to talk about is our solar here, and that is the waste management. Yeah, this is a recreational area. Now, nowhere I see close to the recreational area a dump station. So I would like if that would be moved up the road a little bit. So there's 3 things: space for roping, space for the gym. Our new project is the shed on close to the road, and move this up a little bit. And I think that would be a fantastic plan for the management of the of the rounding for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Straight into the gym.
Kia ora. This is going to be more broad to one second. My name's Dylan August, and I'm the chairperson of Manaaki Tīmani Trust, which is the trust government community, which is based in Rawani. So everything that goes in and out of this place is all through the trust. This trust has been going for 2 years now, so we're currently auditing everything yearly. I just wanted to so we had through funding through lotteries, community, co-ops, public charity, the COVID-19 Wellbeing Fund, Community Board, and Euro Fund has helped us to fully fill our gym equipment. We currently have 150 members, but potentially have 200 because with the COVID-19 funding we got through there as well, which we're using to bring in other members into our gym. Yes, I also want to, if it wasn't for Renee and the Sailing Club, and the Sailing Trust, we wouldn't have a gym. They've been kind enough to give us that bay that they were using to use. As Renee mentioned, we are needing more room to hold more classes and just cater for the meals that we do have. So for myself, I'm a trainer in the gym. There's others also that hold classes, and there's different classes, and I'm lucky to have Renee, who has a lot of wealth and that knowledge in that area too. So we all work together, but I'm there all the time. I'm there every morning. I hold classes and do one-on-one with different members of the gym between 6 and 8 in the morning and 5 and 7 in the evenings. We'd like to be doing more, but we need more. Yeah, so like I said, I'm holding classes and things like that there. I work with the members just with inductions and things and helping them, those that aren't familiar with the gym environment, working alongside them. And I also do personal training with members. Within those times, I'd like to eventually see myself down there more as time goes on. I mean, we have a really good relationship with the community and those around. The numbers keep coming. People want to just get more active. What is happening to them. I have a lady that comes in from the hospital. She works at the hospital and she deals with elderly patients, and she was finding it really hard. Sorry, it's time.
I'm calling you time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah.
Well, just to finish Dylan's story, he's working with this woman to enable her to gain strength to be able to enable her to do her job, to lift the patients that she's finding heavy to deal with at the hospital. Anyway, and my little part of this is to say, actually, the reason I think that we are successful as a group to date is that we have this trust that's formed. We are focused, we're committed, we work collaboratively with other groups within the community, working with the Sailing Club and other things, also along with the Hokianga Health Mental Health Team, Sport Northland's Green Prescriptions, and also we offer an over 60s ladies exercise group and short circuit group, which accounts for sort of 12 to 15 people regularly on a Monday morning that come along. I mean, again, you need a bigger open space area. We're currently having to rent the hall to accommodate sort of the space that we need that we haven't got currently. I mean, and as a group, it offers people in the community to be fit, flexible, strong, helps with the mental well-being, also helps with mobility for a lot of people within the community who have mobility issues, and again, for a lot of people who live on their own, these are factors that enable them to stay within their own homes and to be able to be fully participant members of the community. You know, many of the ladies have now got personal programs and instructions from Dylan for their own personal use, enabling them to have, for the first time, to be able to use weights or other things. So again, it's broadening the scope of knowledge within people in the community. It brings people together, and again, in creating a hub, it just sort of expands all of the things that, as a community, that we value and feel passionate about. Thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a couple of minutes. Are there any questions from the floor? Councillor Stratford.
So, who owns the that infrastructure that you want to build the new building on?
Who owns the land?
The Sailing Trust have the lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not the building, there's the remnant, the leftovers of what used to be this. Who owns that?
Oh, I can answer that through.
Okay, so that is seabed, it's foreshore.
Yeah.
And what we have is the historic, there is an old historic consent but long expired, right? And we just want to recreate it under exactly the same conditions as the rest of the buildings in Rawene. We will probably be able to identify the exact DD numbers and so on that had. And we wanted to recreate it almost exactly the way it was. We have a heritage architect on the team to help us with that. Yeah. And just one more thing while I'm standing here. The yacht club is like really buoyant, and so is the gym. We're not trying to start something here. These things are surging. You know, we had 15 boats out on Sunday, and a range from adults and retired people like myself down to little wee kids, 6 years old. And the gym has a lot of equipment. It just doesn't have space there, but it's booming. Thank you.
Nearly out of time so quickly.
I think we need to know what resources you require from council. So if we don't capture that now, please send us an email.
Okay, well, what we want is to help with the project. So we would be coming as the Sailing Trust to Community Board to ask for funding for a project manager to get the Sailing Trust side of things up to the consent stage. We probably think we can fund the building at this stage, but we just, and all the stuff that's around it, like the roading and all sorts of other things pop up, footpaths, these sort of things that are, we're hoping council would do.
That was an awesome
And
presentation.
support us with the project, you know.
Well, we're out of time, but I want to thank you very much for coming along, and I think there's a bit more conversation to be had along this line. Thank you very much for signing today. And we don't know what happened with the minute 709. So the next minute on the list is the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board.
I used to try and look myself down and get the right one.
Oh, yeah.
I must be getting into shape.
Yeah,
must
be.
Oh, hello.
Why did you waste your English?
Are you nervous?
You go with your seat.
Should we go easy on you?
Now you have 10 minutes.
I'm going to
include questions.
You are pretty scary people, I have to say. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I know I'm the only one speaking on behalf of the board. Firstly, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. Our strategic plan is more strategic priorities, thanks to the new format that we received in order to give line items to give better, clearer direction through to the staff. So we thank you for that, showing our activities and the details and rationale behind them. In saying that, we look forward to working closely with Council to empower and enhance our communities through our community plans, our township plans, our iwi hapu plans and our reserve management plans and placemaking. That is quite a load of documentation in there, and I would like to echo Councillor Eden's sentiments to request that Council provide a list of all those plans that you have within Council so that we can reference to them and so that staff and elected members can also reference to those, please. We do need resources and a budget to work with staff on community development plans and their implementation. Some of these require updating with our communities and with local kapu and iwi. I'm aware some may be more than 10 years old, but it does not make them defunct. They are still living documents, and some of those communities who have development plans, community plans, have not changed. If anything, they may have actually gone into limbo or recess with the shift around the district and growth in population. So it's all about budgets and resources, which we have heard a common thread from mainly submitters within my ward today. It's not easy sitting here listening to people in your own backyard and really feeling for them that they want to do stuff. They're so empowered, and we need to be able to assist them. And we need those resources as much as they do at community board level. One thing I had picked up on a number of things here through the discussions today, and I think one that I'd like to point out is that we should consider a budget for significant heritage events, perhaps develop a timeline register. We are getting events put on us, and I think Pika Pika was a classic, whereby suddenly there's these significant milestones within our district and we actually are not equipped to celebrate them. So I would like to see something implemented. That hasn't come from the board, that latter bit, that's from myself. I just think we need to actually have some form of reference document and processes so that we can plan ahead from community board as well as council as to how we're going to celebrate our area and grow these events and piggyback on them. A priority from our board perspective is really our focus is on health and safety issues within our strategic priorities, particularly in high user areas. Some examples of those, like on page 228, would be shade structures over our playgrounds. Council really has a responsibility under that health and safety policy to look hard at providing these in our parks and reserves, as well as drinking water fountains that we have identified with. On page, I'm a bit all over the place here because some people threw me in their presentation, sorry. In that first year or two of the LTP, I think all of these items that are requested in our strategic priorities are quite achievable at low cost and low resource. One of the things we have requested that worked successfully on page 221 was Māori wardens. We would like council to look more closely at that, please. Also on page 223, highlight to you the lighting and safe pedestrian access from the Vecular Ferry at Okiato Point up the hill. We had a presentation today regarding the Russell community, and this would be a vital linkage in the safety aspects of that with lighting and footpath. We also, on page 225, have highlighted maintenance of our existing walking tracks, including car parking areas and access to those tracks. And on page 15, a high priority is to look at Lake Manawai toilets and the increased levels of service and cleaning required for these. This is a high-use recreational facility area, and we do need to look at doing that. A lot of things have shifted since COVID, and we have much higher visitor numbers in our residential areas and activities than what we did with our tourists. So, you know, we have to look at how things have actually shifted in the use of our community facilities as well. I note the Bledisloe domain and reference to that. We are working, I am working with the Bledisloe Domain Committee to make sure that we are in on the discussion with the Waitangi National Trust in relation to some future space, community space, and their overall 50 to 100 year strategy and plan that they're working on at the moment, so that we can have some form of intergenerational community facility moving forward. So we support that. The increase we have requested on pages 216 and 17 in our community grant fund, placemaking fund, and the retention of our town beautification fund are vitally important in us delivering to our communities. And if we're going to empower and enable them, we need this funding, and we need it increased, and we need it now. You've heard two presentations, one from the Kawakawa community today, so achievable and so exciting from a placemaking perspective. We can work with that community and make that happen. Likewise, the Russell presentation, all they're requiring is council resources. They need to have staff available to them to be able to implement their dream. They're not asking you for money. Yes, it's money in an indirect way, we know that, but we are one part-time member short in staff on working with community development plans because Robert Willoughby has retired. I just wanted to make note of that to you all, that part-time person, perhaps consideration could be given to a full-time position, or to enabling that person to work with not just our community board, but all community boards, so that we can assist our communities in delivering their community plans and aspirations. We can assist them with funding, and we can assist them on the placemaking avenue, but we're not resourced ourselves to actually assist them with professional advice. We do have certain skills available to us, both within the board and externally, but we do need that help from council. I was going to try and not say because I said 100 the other day, and I was just like, oh my God. The Crown-funded economic stimulus, or the PGF funding, has been absolutely fabulous, providing funds that have assisted us, particularly in our ward, but right across the district. And examples of that, like the Keri Keri domain and the safety lighting and security at the Stone Store Basin. These are all very well, but these are some of the projects that we had in our sites and had budgeted for. Therefore, some of that money has come back into the community board before the end of the financial year. We have been instructed to spend it, and we will have no problem spending it. But I'm imploring you to still consider increasing our funding, because this is a pure result or fallout from COVID. And it's a bonus, it's fabulous, and we have that extra money to spend, but I don't want council feeling like we have too much money and we haven't spent it and now we're desperately trying to spend it. It's purely been a timing issue and a TIF and PGF funding issue. So I think it's really crucial to note that we were desperate for money going into the end of last term, and we still are desperate. It's just we look more financial than what we really are. So please, I beg of you. Finally, I wanted to mention Northern Inc. At the Combined Community Board workshop, there was discussion around, and a very good presentation from Tanya Burt, and I just wanted to welcome working in a future partnership with Northern Inc. I'm not suggesting that we as a board agree that we are shareholders, but I believe it's probably the only way forward for us to work with them. This will enable growth of sustainable events in our ward and across the district. We currently spend over 50% of our funding in our board on events, and that's quite low because of the fact that we have had COVID and a lot of events didn't happen. We could play a greater role if we worked more closely with Northern Inc. in the space of economic development. I believe moving forward we could make great inroads.
And you're right on the money at 10 minutes.
Sorry, I had more, but it is a quick time. I sympathise with the presenters.
Very much for your presentation. And last but not least, today we have Joe Carr. Joe Carr, come on up. Joe, just let you know we are live streaming, and all those bobbleheads on the screen represent staff members and colleagues who are watching us remotely via Teams.
Whare tūnei tēnā koe, hei tūnei tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this council today. I appreciate it. It's, but I must say it's a bit of a struggle when I was trying to prepare a submission or a comment to the draft district plan, which at the time had a similar deadline. I suggest you don't do that one. It's a bit tough. Okay. Yes. Roading. I'm quite concerned about the service delivery of roading. I think I'm talking from a person living in the Western Ward, Horiki. I don't believe you've got sufficiency of graders. The contractors don't seem to have. Our grading is only on a reactive basis when we make requests for service. And scheduled grading just isn't happening. It's been like that for a number of years, and I don't know what your contract's like, but the level of service is for delivery is just really subpar. So I'll leave it there. Motukuri Road, We've got sections of the road that are actually eroding, and I had a staff member come out and have a look. He was most attentive, and if they were to visit again, that he noticed a significant deterioration where the salt water is scouring across the road, and it's not good for the vehicles using that road. So that's something really local. Wish something would happen there. I'm going to touch back into your capital rating, or I can go there now if you like. I'll talk about rating. On page which I had. Your EPI 2100, be careful what you wish for with this document, because basically where your CapEx is sort of getting out of the East Coast, and you might find if you fold in as a region and they use the same formula, you see it all staying from road. So just be careful with that one. North Hokianga, I just feel for those people hemorrhaging away again. And you notice in your own document, you're showing a 10% prediction in population loss between 2013 and 2043. And I'd expect the council to have some answers and actually be saying how we're going to address this issue. What's wrong? What's structurally wrong? And status quo isn't satisfactory. These figures have been declining for years, and to still fool around with ferries and talk about electric ferries when you should be looking at a decent bridge system to access Hokianga is trite. So I'll leave it at that. I think talking about electric ferry, your ferry is 26 years old. You would not spend that capital on an old ferry. If you don't have electric ferry, it's a new one. If you don't have a new ferry, it's time to think of the other options. Electricity generation in the Narrows under a bridge would generate about 2.4 megawatt, and you can get a second or even more power generated without a barrage under the Waima River bridges, if you so desired, and with a sort of interest in sustainable power generation and use of electric cars, it would be a real boon for Hokianga. Hokianga don't use 2 megawatt, so you're actually exporting. Okay, touch on that. The rates. There's quite a bit of concern in the rural community about the where the instance of rates is being felt, proposed rate changes amongst rural farmers. Some talking about up to 30%. Whether that's correct or not, I'm not sure. But I think you should stick to your maximum possible UAGC level. Do not erode that. It was a hard one to get it up to that level. I was on the council when we did it. And I ask you to think very carefully about having rates increases and doing away with development contributions at the same time. It's basically you're transferring those costs onto ratepayers when providing that capacity and infrastructure will be more fairly met by the people who have developed subdividing. I think you want to think very closely with that one. So I'm apprehensive about capital rating and where you're going. So I make the point you've got a roading differential and you don't have a town maintenance differential. Why? Because if properties, rural and urban, are paying the same amount for town maintenance and they're not getting those services, why target rural properties with especially forestry, with a targeted rate? So be consistent here, I think. We should make it transparent. I think it's pretty wrapped up. I've tried to be fairly fast. The Māori role, what you do there, I'm indifferent actually. But I do suggest that a lot of that might be reasonable to assume that all the people on the Māori roll would support the Māori seat on council seats. Okay? But to infer that of statistics that the percentage of the farmers district who have identified being Māori and aren't on the roll want to go in that direction, I think be a bit of a stretch. And this applies at the regional level too. So I think there should be a bit of a discipline there. You don't want to have anything that's unfair. So that's where I stop with that one. I do note over the years, and on this council in particular, there's been really good Māori representation. I think 9 councillors when I was on council. I think 6 with whakapapa Māori. You know your own ratios this time around, and it speaks volumes that our community have always put able Māori people in there. We don't think racially, and it's been reflected. So, do you need the farmers? You might need it elsewhere. Don't know. So,
1 minute left, John.
Pardon? 1
minute to go.
Yeah, well, I'll leave it for questions. Mind you, being the last speaker of the day, you can ask me questions. Gals, come home.
Not with the deputy mayor.
No, I'm rigid on my 10 minutes.
Well,
are there any questions for the minute?
Joe, have you checked your rural property rates rise, Joe? You mentioned one.
Yeah, we only did it over the first year. It was 10 and it's about 5%. 5%. Yeah.
It's been very variable, so that's why I'm a bit confused. And some rural properties are very, Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was not a question, it was a statement. We'll let it slide because you're the last one of the day.
46 kilometres. You must have a question or two.
No.
They might help you.
Really,
We're coming up.
Got a couple of questions.
We're at 10 minutes and
Interesting question.
I'm going to thank you very much, Joe. It's always wonderful to see your smiley face. Thank you for coming.
Good. And I'll just give you a bit of a forewarning on my submission draft plan. I'm quite impressed with it, actually. And there's a lot of merit in it. If you put a line through the duplication of the NRC, I think you've got a pretty good plan.
Oh.
So, but with the duplication, I think it's pretty sticky. And there's, as you well know, David Parker's made it really clear where they're heading as far as regional plans go. So,
no, this is not an excuse to carry on with the We're going to hear you when we get to district plan one. Because I'd just like my colleagues to stay behind and I'd like the live streaming to be turned off.